Housekeeping matters when you have a second, please.
I'm sorry?
Can I just address the housekeeping matter when you have a moment?
Sure.
I think the two first jurors this morning, 17 and 19, were here for the group questioning yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So are they just going to come in individually this morning?
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll start with the other 5 on the sheet,
Yes.
something like that? Okay. And then, Your Honor, the court had also asked us to look at certain jurors, whether we could agree to cause. Your Honor, we are willing to agree that 31, 38, and 43.
Okay, 31, 38, and 43. And counsel?
Your Honor, we agree with 31, 38, and 43. We also agree that 19 and 30 should be stricken for cause.
Okay, so you agree on
Excuse.
31.
Excuse, I'm sorry.
Excuse.
Just for the record, the potential juror's wife in 31 had cancer and he had a lot of physical issues. Both parties agree that he can be stricken for cause. 38, the parties agree that she should be stricken for cause because her husband's best friend is friends with the defendant. And then finally, 43, the parties agree because the potential juror is a Minneapolis police officer. Okay? All right. Is counsel ready for juror number 17?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you. Please have a seat. And could you remove your mask, please? Thank you for answering the questions on the questionnaire. I really don't have that much to ask you. Is there anything that you think we should know about you that wasn't asked that would impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. And are you willing to serve?
Yes.
And you can be open-minded, neutral, and fair?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. The defense may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've read your questionnaire, and it's quite thorough questionnaire, so I'm not going to ask you many questions. The only question I'd ask is, would you be able to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence in this case before you come to any judgment or conclusion?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. You understand that because the state has the burden of proof, they go first, and we have to wait till they're done till we present our case. And you keep an open mind throughout that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Pass for cause? Counsel, pass for cause?
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. It's too early in the morning. Yes, we'll pass for cause.
Thank you.
Good morning, Juror 17.
Good morning.
I apologize for calling you by number rather than name. It's just the way we're doing it in this trial, so please forgive me for that. Thank you for being here again. I think you were here yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for bearing up with us. You I think candidly expressed not knowing enough about the people to have an opinion about them. And remember early on you were asked about, do you have I think the word is a general impression of the defendant or the victim. Do you recall those questions?
I think so.
And you said, like I said, candidly, I don't have enough about them to have an opinion, right?
Yeah.
And you understand that, a trial really isn't about whether you like somebody or don't like somebody.
Yeah.
And it's really about, your job as a juror is to figure out whether the state has proved the elements of the crime.
Yes.
So even if during the course of a trial you develop some impressions of the people involved, that's not necessarily evidence of the crimes that you're to consider.
Yes, I agree.
And it seems like you're pretty confident that you can do that.
Yes, definitely.
And so you're working part-time right now.
No, I work full-time.
Okay.
I was working part-time.
And I'm sorry if I just didn't hear you earlier. Did you say that you're a student right now?
No, I graduated.
Okay.
Now I'm working.
Okay. So this won't interfere with school or classes or exams?
No.
Okay. Congratulations on graduating, getting that done. You were asked, if you believe the jury system in this country is fair, and you said, I don't know if I have enough information to answer. It's just not enough experience with the system to know.
This is my first time, so
Yeah.
I just didn't really know a lot about it.
And the way this works, as the judge has started to tell you and would tell you more, is the jury gets the law from the judge, and a juror has to apply that law regardless of whether they like the law or agree with it. Do you think you can abide by that?
Yes, definitely.
And a juror has to decide based on the evidence of the case, not on any personal opinions or bias or prejudice. Do you agree that you could apply that?
Yes, I agree.
So first time jury duty, but you understand what the jury system is all about.
Yeah, I understand what you need to do. Follow the law.
You were asked about some of the demonstrations that took place before, and you answered that has negatively impacted the community because of some of the property damage. You recall
Yeah,
that?
there was somewhat of a negative impact, but there was also somewhat of a positive impact.
And that negative impact, I mean, I guess nobody wants to see businesses looted and damaged, right?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have any difficulty setting aside, kind of seeing that when you're being a juror in this case, if you are.
I would have no difficulty setting that aside.
You were asked, remember there was that chart of questions where you got to circle different answers. One of them was, the phrase was, "I support defunding the police." And you said that somewhat disagree. Can you explain why you chose that as your answer for that?
You're always going to need police officers, and there are always going to be bad things that happen. You need them.
And obviously, this case, involves a former police officer. Do you think that you could fairly judge an individual who was a police officer? I mean, the point you're making is very valid, right? But as a juror, of course, like I said, you have to decide based on the evidence. Do you think you can set aside, that notion of we need police officers when deciding just on the evidence in the case?
Yes, just the evidence.
Karen, could I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Excuse me. Juror 17, thank you for your time. Your Honor, we will pass the juror.
Okay.
Number 17, you will be on this jury. We expect to start on December 8th. You will be getting a call from the jury office to confirm when you show up and where you show up, okay?
Wait, I thought you said I wasn't selected.
No, you are.
Oh, I am?
You are on the jury. Okay. All right, so have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Good morning, juror number 19. Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask? Okay, thank you. All right. Couple of follow-up questions on the questionnaire. Thank you for filling it out. The first question is, what do you know about this case from media reports? And I don't have an answer to that. Could you tell me what you know about this case from media or other sources?
What I know about the case is from what was, when it was happening in current time, of what was displayed on the media and what was on the internet.
Okay. Could you summarize what you heard?
In regards to what I heard, it was basically giving an explanation of what the media had provided about what happened in the situation. There was a brief video that I did see, and beyond that, not much.
Okay. And what do you remember about the video?
I remember a lot of chaoticness in the video. I remember words in the video in regards to the weapon that was being used. I remember panic in the video.
Okay. Anything else that you remember hearing about this case?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, and the reason you felt that way is because of the information that has been shared about her on social media or TV.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what information you learned about the defendant on social media and TV?
What I learned about the defendant from social media and TV
Yes.
is in regards to the experience that the defendant has with the years of experience of being on the force.
Okay.
And so that's what gave me the negative in regards to having this much experience, you know, in that moment. Where did your lap in judgment come in?
Okay. And you also said you had a somewhat negative opinion of Dante Wright as well, because of what you've heard about him on social media and the TV. Can you tell me what you heard about him that made you form that opinion?
It wasn't necessarily, I don't, from what I remember, I wrote this a little while ago, but in regards to him, I think it was the negative information that was being provided about him in regards to the situation.
Okay.
As him as a person, as him as a young man.
All right. What about him as a young man did you learn that made you form that opinion of him?
It's been a while, so you have to give me a second. to
Oh,
think about it.
take your time.
Okay. I think it gave me, what helped me form my opinion in regards to that was what the media had given out in regards to him being not such a good teen in the streets, if that's clear. Not he was considered to be more of a trouble child than, you know, that was what was given out about him.
Okay. You also stated in response to the question, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the demonstrations? Your answer was, I live close to the shopping mall that was affected during the Dante Wright situation, and now it's up and running again. So, did you actually observe any of the demonstrations or participate in any of the demonstrations following the incident?
No, I did not participate in any of the demonstrations. I only saw as far as what was happening on the news in regards to it, but I was over in the area and I did see the damage that was done. So when I filled out the summary or when I submitted this survey for this, at that time the process had been in play to clean up the area and get the stores back up and running. So they're running, but there has been damage done to the community.
Okay. And Are you going to be able to listen to the evidence in this case and set aside any opinions that you formed with respect to either Ms. Potter or Dante Wright, and base your decision solely on the testimony that is in this case?
I don't think that it would be a problem for me to review that.
Okay.
No.
And as far as the damage that was done to your community, will that impact at all your decision on whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And you own a taser or a similar device?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Do you own a taser?
I do.
Okay, have you used it before?
No.
All right. And you have no training on handling the taser, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You don't have any training on the use of a taser, do you?
No.
Okay. And why did you get a taser?
Protection.
Okay. Do you have any strong opinions about whether or not tasers should be used?
No, I think it depends on the individual and the force that it's used within.
Okay. Your answers to 18 and 19 deal with Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And you were asked whether you were favorable or unfavorable, how you felt about those two groups. And you indicated that you felt somewhat unfavorable to Black Lives Matter and somewhat unfavorable to Blue Lives Matter because it divides the communities. Could you explain your answer a little more?
I feel like within any organization there are things that need to be worked out, and that's where my answer came from. Not everything is all good and not everything is all bad. And I do think that as a community, living in the community, being in the community, we all need to work together to make sure that the community is moving successfully.
Okay. Now, you have been a victim of two crimes, at least. You were robbed and you were a victim of theft. Mm-hmm. Did you report those crimes to the police?
No.
And why didn't you?
This was in my younger years, so I just didn't think that it was necessary for me to do so.
Okay, so how long ago did the robbery take place?
Probably 20 years ago.
Okay, that was a long time ago. What about the theft?
It was the same incident.
Oh,
It
okay.
was combined together. So.
All right. And your family has been accused, someone in your family was accused of theft. And did that family member have any complaints about how the police treated him or her?
No.
Did you feel that justice was done in that case?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about that that makes you think you shouldn't sit as a juror in this case?
No.
Okay. One of the questions talks about jury deliberation that the jury might be sequestered. That means that you may have to be taken to a hotel to stay overnight, and you indicated that you had some concerns about your children should that happen. If that were to happen, would you be able to get child care?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, is there a reason why you would not be able to give your full attention to a trial during your time as a juror? You indicated my children. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I have, they require a lot of time. And so considering that we are in the month of December with the holiday seasons, that would be of concern for me, just taking away time from them.
Okay. I understand that. And how many children do you have? 2. Okay. Are you still willing to serve if you're asked to?
Yes.
Okay. Our best estimate is that we're going to be completely done by Christmas Eve. Okay, and as I told you in the introduction, no matter what, even if we're not done, we're taking Christmas Eve off and Christmas Eve weekend off, and we wouldn't start until the following Monday. Okay. In response to question number 10, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked yes, no, and not sure. And, I can understand that you'd be ambivalent about it, but could you elaborate on your answers?
It's just more so of a new experience and not, it's unfamiliar territory. So that's where my yes, no, unsure answer comes in.
Okay. I know it's that you've never served on a jury before, but I want to assure you that I've talked to jurors after they've come to a verdict, and all of them have told me that they weren't real excited about getting summoned for jury duty, but in the end they were really glad they had an opportunity to serve because they learned a lot about our justice system and stepped away with a renewed appreciation for it. So it's something to look forward to. Okay. All right, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter, Denise Earl Gray, and Amanda Montgomery. And at this stage, we get to ask you some questions. It won't take too long. And then my colleague from the state will ask you some questions too, and then you'll be done.
Okay.
Fair enough. Tell me about your taser, when you bought it, and why you bought it, and what kind it is. If you could give me a little narrative on that, that'd be helpful.
Well, I purchased it a couple of years ago. It is a small compact taser. It's purple. Kind of just carry it in my purse for protection when I'm out walking at night or something like that.
Where did you buy it, if you remember?
I don't remember at this point where I purchased it from. I've had it for a while.
Was there a permit required to carry a taser? Help me with that.
No.
Do you keep it with you all the time?
Most of the time.
Do any of the other members of your family have a taser?
No.
Have you ever used it?
No.
Have you ever practiced with it?
Are you asking have I seen if it works?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you help me with this, when you bought it, did they give you a class on it, or you just kind of bring it home and figure it out on your own?
I believe, there may have been an instruction manual with it, but there was no class for it, no.
You indicated, as Judge Chu asked you about, that you had a somewhat negative impression of Officer Potter. I mean, you understand, of course, that she's presumed innocent here,
Yes.
and you'll give her that presumption. I mean, you got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt you. And that the presumption of innocence doesn't have any negative connotations with it. You can't be somewhat negative and still presume someone innocent. You understand that?
Understandable.
It indicates on your questionnaire, which we have, and I know it's been a while for you, that you saw the video 4 to 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Yes.
Okay. Where did you see it?
On the news?
Did you take some time to look at the video on the internet as well?
No.
Okay. Have you searched the internet for this particular case?
No.
You indicate in another question that it's a terrible situation, that you've talked about Mr. Wright's death with your family and friends, and what opinions you've expressed, and you say it's a terrible situation. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Well, considering the times that we are in, it is definitely a terrible situation with what's going on. That continues to be displayed in the news about what happens with the police and people in the community. That's why I say it's a terrible situation, because it's continuing to happen.
When you say continuing to happen, what do you mean by that?
I mean, with the other cases that are going on in news.
And tell me about those. Tell me about the other cases you're referring
You
to.
want me to be specific?
Sure.
With the Ahmaud Arbery case,
Okay. Any other cases?
there's multiple. I just can't think of, I can't give specific names. There's a lot in the media.
Okay. Have those had, I take it those have had a profound impact on you, or at least they've had an impact on your thinking.
No,
No, not at all?
no, it's just terrible situations that happen.
Well, the loss of life, I think we can all agree, is a horrible thing.
Yes,
But you understand, in this case, it's really about the elements of the offense and whether they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offense.
yes,
And if they can't prove the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're obligated to acquit. You understand that?
I understand.
The judge asked you about whether you or someone close to you had been arrested, and you said yes. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I don't mean to pry either. Is it a friend of the family or someone else?
Yeah, that's a family member.
Okay. And was the family member eventually charged with a crime? Do you remember?
It's been a while ago. I don't believe they were.
How long ago was it? I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
I don't know, maybe 15 years ago.
Then there was a question. There was question number 7, where they had you. The court had you strongly disagree, strongly agree on certain questions. You remember this one? If you don't, I'll ask you anyway, Clint.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And for the most part, you circled 3, which was no opinion. But you did circle 2 questions I want to ask you about. The first question was, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
Correct.
Do you stay with that? And if so, tell me give me a little bit of a background on why you said that.
Can you repeat that for me
Sure,
one more time,
sure.
what my response
It's a
was?
little confusing, the questions. Quotes, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
I think I was speaking into the amount of information that is given in the media in regards to people with certain skin colors.
Help me with that. What are you saying?
I think there's more negative information provided about people of different skin colors.
In the media?
Yes. There's always a negative connotation of when someone is, there's a situation that happened, and then they go to giving negative information about that person that does not necessarily go with the case.
So the media at times doesn't presume innocence, in other words. Which
Yes.
is another way of saying the same thing, I suppose, in a way. Okay. All right. Then you also answered this question, the quotes, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say, I strongly disagree.
Correct.
Could you help me with why you answered that way and explain your answer a little bit?
I answered that way because this is a servitude job, and when you get into this position, you need to understand that it's a tough job, and so you have to maintain that level of professionalism when you get into that position, knowing that you took on this position and it may get really tough for you.
Would that thought make it difficult for you to sit on a jury, in this case, given her experience as a police officer?
No, sir.
And why wouldn't it? I'm not suggesting it would. I just want you to talk to me a little bit.
Why wouldn't it what?
Why would you've indicated that you strongly disagree as to the right to second-guess decisions. You have a right to second-guess the decisions of the police, basically. And the question I had was, where a police officer is experienced and has been on the force for a while, does that change your answer at all or make it even more firm than it was before?
No, it doesn't change my answer.
We're all human beings, and you're willing to look at what happened here.
Yes.
You've mentioned that it was chaotic.
Yes.
You've indicated your employment as a teacher. We're not going to ask you where you work. Would you, if selected here, lose income from that job by serving here? And if so, would that be a factor for you? If not, fine too. I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
We have your profession here as a teacher. It's full time. Would there be a loss of income for you if you were to be selected here?
Slightly, yes.
Okay, would that be difficult for you?
No, sir.
Okay. Would they be paying you? Would your school be paying you while you're here?
At this moment, I'm currently looking into that, so I don't have an answer for you about that.
And a couple more questions. Your husband's a truck driver. I don't want to ask where he works. We're trying to be anonymous here. What kind of truck driver is he, if you could tell me?
Semi.
Over the road?
Local.
And then on page 11 and paragraph 12, you indicated that you had training and experience in civil rights or social justice issues. Do you remember doing that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned counseling, psychology, mental health, and you said you checked that as well. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me go into the final questions then. I mean, it is a high-profile case,
Correct.
and you mentioned that in your juror questionnaire. And you also checked the not sure box as to whether or not this would be the right case for you to sit on. How do you feel about it now after I've talked to you and after Judge Chu has talked to you?
I would be comfortable doing it.
Do you feel as if in your community there would be any adverse ramifications to you if you were to find that the proof was insufficient, not enough, and acquit Officer Potter of the crimes charged?
Well, that is not a concern for me.
And I don't mean to insult you by asking, I just wanted to know, okay? May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Couple more questions. I may have been wrong about the social justice question. I may have misread that, so forgive me on that one. Sorry about that. It's hard to get all these check marks right. Your Honor, we passed this juror. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Okay. The state may proceed.
Good morning, Juror 19.
Good morning.
Thank you for bearing with us, and I apologize for just calling you by number, but it's just the way we're doing it in this case. So I come third in line, so a lot of my questions have already been asked. I'll probably have fewer questions, but please bear with me, and I'll try to not be too repetitive, okay?
Yes.
You indicate, the taser that you have, is it the kind that just shocks, produces an electric shock, or does it actually shoot barbs out of it? Do you know what I mean?
I believe it just produces an electric shock and it has a flashlight on it.
Okay. And, obviously, you know that this case involves a taser. Would you have any difficulty setting aside what you know about the device you have and making a decision based only on what you hear in this case about it?
No, sir.
You indicate that you have a permit to carry,
Yes, sir.
and obviously there's training that goes along with that you have to get a permit, right?
Yes, sir.
So, kind of same question. Any difficulty for you setting aside, what you learned in your training to get your permit when deciding the case here only on the evidence presented?
No, sir.
Because obviously what we don't want is a juror saying, well, wait a minute, I did this and I learned that, and right? It's just the evidence in the case.
I understand, yes. No, sir.
Mr. Eng asked you, I thought really interesting. You had a really interesting exchange with him about things that get into the media, and you agreed that the media doesn't always presume innocence, right?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you see that the media has a different function than a jury, right?
Yes, sir.
And so they may be presenting what they consider a good story for their purposes, right?
Yes.
But you know that as a juror, I assume you know that as a juror, you have to put aside what you heard in the media, decide the case based solely on the evidence in the courtroom.
Correct, sir.
Any trouble you think you'd have doing that in this case?
No, sir.
So you would presume innocence, right?
Excuse me?
You would presume innocence, right?
For what?
For the defendant in this case, right? So I guess going back to what you said about the media doesn't presume innocence.
Oh, innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. You talked about chaos in the video, and do you think that? Well, let me ask it this way: you had seen the video like 3 or 4 times on TV,
Yes.
and never had any other opportunities to watch any other videos of the incident.
No, sir.
So your characterization of it as chaotic comes from just watching on the media, the news.
Yes, in the particular clips that were shown.
Yeah. And again, kind of the same question. Knowing that jurors have to base their decision on evidence in the courtroom, would you have any difficulty setting aside, those what you saw in those videos and your impressions of them if you serve as a juror?
No, sir.
Do you think you're and I'm sorry if it seems like we're prying, I don't mean to ask personal questions, but we just have to make sure that we're getting the right people for each jury, right?
Understandable.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if it seems like I'm prying and getting too personal, but do you think you're the kind of person that's willing to listen to other views as a jury?
Definitely.
A juror? And as well as share your own.
Yes, sir.
Because I've never been on a jury. I don't know if you haven't either, right?
No, sir.
But it's a weird thing about you make your own decisions, but you also deliberate with other jurors. Do you think you would be willing to both listen and share your views with other jurors during deliberation?
Yes, sir.
You indicate that you have a family member who's in the military or has been in the military. Do you recall saying that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. is that person a close family member or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, again, I don't want to know specifics, but how close? How often do you see that person?
Not often. They're reachable by phone, but we don't see each other physically often.
So, their life in the military, not something that you're a big part of, other than just being related.
Oh, they're currently not active, no.
Okay. Do you remember how long they were in the military?
No, sir.
Okay. So it hasn't been a big part of your life, that person's military experience?
No, sir.
I kind of forgot to follow up on this when we were talking about your permit earlier, but you do own a gun. And maybe that's not something we want to share publicly, but let me just ask you this about it. It suggests that you have a concern for your safety.
Not necessarily. They're also used for sport and as a hobby.
Okay. All right. So, we all, I think we all, have some preference for police officers in our community to help with safety, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just, curious about, so your the gun, if you do own one, is not necessarily for safety, it's for other purposes as well.
Yes, sir.
And so you, all right. Can you excuse me for just a second? Your Honor, if I could have just a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Juror 19. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor, we'd pass the juror for cause.
Juror number 19, you will be on this jury. Okay?
Okay.
You will get a call from the jury office telling you where to report, what time, and where. We're going to start up on December 8th. That's our best estimate. But you'll get a call confirming that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Yeah, we have the next group coming in now, all right? Yes. Okay. Hi, please be seated. Okay, good morning. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be the presiding judge in this trial. I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. These are, of course, not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we say thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights that we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial, in unusual, trying times is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure that our justice system moves forward even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we all can do is do our civic duty and serve as jurors. Our justice system simply would not work without good citizens like you. So I'm saying thank you again because I really can't say it enough. All right, as you know, this is a criminal case in which the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter, with the following charges. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm. And that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm, so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 alleges second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. This plea denies the charges made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, Mr. Josh Larson, and Mr. Raul Shah. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Eng, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And would the defendant please stand up? Thank you. Now I have two staff members, clerks that will be assisting me throughout this trial. You may have met them already. Mr. Zach Kramer, who is my law clerk, and Ms. Jessica Bauer, who is my judicial clerk. And they will be here to take care of all administrative matters. And if you need to get a message to me of a personal nature, please let my staff know, and they'll make sure that they tell me what the problem is. And seated in front of the bench is the court reporter, Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all the testimony and keeping a formal record of the proceedings. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so that our court reporter can make an accurate record. If your answer to a question is yes or no, you must answer orally instead of shaking your head. And please refrain from saying uh-huh and because that doesn't make for a clear record. Okay, a couple of comments about courtroom logistics. First of all, please wear your mask when you are in the courtroom, and the only time you may remove your mask is when you are being asked questions in the witness box, okay? And the attorneys have been told that they must wear their masks as well, except when they're at the podium asking questions. Let me give you a general idea of what jury selection, or what we call voir dire, will look like. First of all, I'm going to be asking you as a group, the four of you, questions, and I would ask that you raise your hand in response to my questions. You don't have to answer verbally. In fact, don't answer verbally, just raise your hand. Then what will happen is I'll ask questions of each individual prospective juror individually. So the other jurors will be excused and we'll take you one at a time. When we're doing the one at a time questioning, the attorneys will also have an opportunity to ask you some questions as well. And I know that you've already filled out a questionnaire. It's a rather lengthy questionnaire. We don't expect the individual questioning to take very long. And by the way, thank you for answering the questionnaire. All right. Couple of things about the temperature in the courtroom. We can't regulate it very well, so please dress in layers. And there may be some delays during the trial. I want you to know that I'm very sensitive to the time, your time, and I try to take care of all legal matters before court starts or after court is over and you've left. But sometimes unanticipated issues come up that require my attention. So I want to apologize in advance if that should happen. I would suggest, because we do take breaks during the trial, you may want to bring with you something to read. And you may bring what you want to drink into the courtroom as long as it has a cap on it. Okay. I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system is that the jury determines whether the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American jurors do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure both the defendant and the state receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer these questions and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning is a very important part of the process. All of us hold personal opinions and all of us have had life experiences. We wouldn't be human if we didn't. The purpose of jury selection is to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be a fair and impartial juror in this type of a case. Put differently, those opinions and life experiences would render it difficult for you to listen to the evidence and decide the case solely on the evidence presented in the case. Please don't take any offense to the questions that will be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. Fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in the case and not on anything that is not presented in the case. Of course, we want you to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based solely on the evidence you hear during the trial. Now, your obligation is to honestly answer the questions, and even if you're not asked, tell us of anything that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Now, some of you may be excused from this jury. Please don't take offense with that. I hope you will understand if that happens. All right, at this point, I would like you to all stand up and raise your right hand and face my law clerk while he administers the oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, "I do."
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we are now going to move to the individual questioning. And so we are starting with juror number 20. So juror number 20, will you please stay in the courtroom? And the remaining jurors may follow the deputy. Oh.
The court has general questions.
Oh, I forgot the general questions. I'm sorry. That's right. Okay. First of all, do any of you have any serious concerns about your health that would affect your ability to serve as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Do any of you have any problems understanding or hearing what I'm saying? Please raise your hand. Okay, and you are juror number? Okay, thank you. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has the burden of proof? Please raise your hand if you agree. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. If you are willing to do this, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you are chosen as a juror, I'll instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Now, there will be police officers who will testify in this case as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. You know, it's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look for are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? And what is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. You were given a list of possible witnesses earlier. They may not all testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay. We will start with opening statements by December 8th and expect to be finished before Christmas Eve. Now, that's our best estimate. Now, Don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve, because I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start December 27 if we're not done. Okay. Let me give you an idea of what the schedule is going to be if you are chosen to be a juror in this case. Typically, we'll start from 9 and go until 4:30 or 5. There's a 20-minute break in the morning and a 20-minute break in the afternoon, and we take lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. All right, please remember while court is in recess that you must not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor shall you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, if you see the attorneys or parties in the hallway, don't take offense if they don't say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in the case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that rule could jeopardize the trial. This prohibition will continue until a verdict has been rendered. Okay, now I jumped the gun before, but at this point we're going to do individual voir dire. So juror number 20 should stay, and the remaining jurors may follow the deputy back to the courtroom waiting room. Thank you. All right, please be seated. Okay, juror number 20, will you please come up here and take the seat in the witness box right next to me? All right. You may remove your mask. All right, thank you for responding to the questionnaire. You indicated, just a couple of questions, okay? You indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. As she sits here today, can you give her the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Okay. And can you decide this case solely on the evidence that's presented in this case and my instructions, notwithstanding any prior impressions you may have, prior impressions or opinions you may have formed?
Yes.
In response to that question on the questionnaire, being able to decide the case only on the evidence you receive in court, you said, I believe I can. Can you give me an affirmative
Yes,
yes?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Now, you were a victim of a crime when your apartment was broken into,
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were you satisfied, dissatisfied, or neutral on how they responded?
I would say neutral. Yeah, I mean, they responded. They were respectful. Nothing really came of it, I guess. But
Okay. Anything about that that makes you think you would be biased against police officers?
no.
Okay. You stated that your cousin was tased during an arrest. How long ago did that happen?
I basically have this story secondhand, but it's my mom's brother's son. So my mom told me the story. I think it was like a year ago, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. And you never talked to him directly?
I have not talked to him about it.
Okay. Anything about that makes you think you shouldn't be a juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were, yourself and your spouse were victims of a burglary in D.C. Was that the same one?
That was the same one.
Okay. And someone in your family were charged or accused or convicted of crimes. And my question is, did you think that justice was done in those cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did your family ever indicate any dissatisfaction with the way the police handled
No.
the situation?
Not that I heard of, no.
Okay. And again, I asked, the questionnaire asked, would any of those experiences make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial? And you said, I don't believe so, but do you?
No, they wouldn't. I was very young when all that happened. So I was young when all that happened.
Okay. And you said, I don't believe so, because that's Minnesotan way of saying yes,
No,
right?
yeah.
Okay. You stated that one of the reasons that you may not be able to give your complete attention to the trial, well, you said that you could, but you've got 3 small children, but if you weren't away for the whole 2 weeks, everybody would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can give your complete attention during the trial?
Yes, the youngest 2 are 3. I am kind of their caregiver on Fridays. But if need be, I'm sure I could figure something out.
Okay, good. And would your concern about your children prevent you from paying attention during the trial?
No.
Okay. You stated that you weren't sure that you wanted to serve as a juror in this case, but are you willing to do so if you're chosen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Counsel?
Good morning. My name is Earl Gray. I'm one of the lawyers for Kim Potter. Paul Eng and Amanda Montgomery are also lawyers representing Kim Potter. I've read your questionnaire more than once, and I'm going to ask you some questions pertaining to it. I don't think there'll be that many questions, but they're, I believe, important questions. First of all, in your answer to my clients, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? You say somewhat negative. Do you remember saying that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, and your reason is, why do you feel that way? Grabbing your gun and firing it in an accident, I think that's what it is there, seems like a very stupid mistake with very underlying. Do you remember answering that way?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, well, is that still your opinion?
I mean, not having much experience with guns in general, or handguns specifically, or tasers at all, that's like on the surface, I would say that seems like my opinion, yeah.
That's your what? I'm sorry.
That would be, my uninformed opinion, yes.
Okay, you understand, though, do you not, that that's not evidence in this case? What you saw in the video and what you've talked with your friends about, that stays outside the courtroom.
Yeah.
And you must decide the case on what you hear here and what you believe here. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay. In addition to that, though, in your answer to 6, well, back up. You state in your second answer that from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have any general impression of Dante Wright? You say neutral. And you answered by, I don't remember hearing much about him. I know he was pretty young, but that's all I recall. Is that all you recall today as to what you've heard about him?
That is all I recall, yeah.
Okay. And where did you hear that?
I feel like I had read maybe an article shortly after the incident happened, but I never watched the video or anything like that.
Oh, you haven't watched the video? Oh, okay. I apologize. I'm just assuming
No,
everybody
that's okay, yeah.
has seen the video. And then you go back. So you say you read this in the paper?
Yeah, I believe I read it in
What
a...
newspaper, do you remember?
I believe it was the Star Tribune.
Okay. Do you regularly read the Star Tribune?
Not regularly, no.
All right. Thank you. Another question here. Have you talked about Dante Wright's death with your family, friends, or coworkers, or discussed it online, for example? And your answer is yes.
Yeah, it was discussed at work. My coworkers are, news junkies, I guess. I try to stay away from it, but that was most of the discussion that I recall.
You again mentioned that it was discussed at work briefly. I don't think I had much of an opinion aside from it being sad, and it seems like a very dumb mistake. Was that what your opinion was when you were talking with your fellow workers?
Yes.
Or is that their opinion? Or
That
both?
would have been my opinion. I don't recall what their opinion was.
Okay. And so that was your opinion then, and it still is your opinion?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the questionnaire also asks you questions about police in my community make me feel safe, and you have no opinion on that.
Yeah, I think that is accurate. I guess I have an opinion, but it's sort of neutral. I think I was raised to trust police officers,
Do you
but
still trust police officers?
I don't know. I try
Why is
to,
that?
but I think just given, I would say police officers interactions with police officers in general make me nervous. That seems like a normal reaction. I don't know, but
Have you
but like
had
I said, I
any
was raised
bad-
to trust them.
You've had any bad experiences with police
Nothing
officers?
specific, no.
What do you mean by nothing specific?
I have not had any bad experiences personally with police officers.
It's from you. It's from what you read and what you talked about with friends. Is that how you base that?
My somewhat, or my neutral or somewhat negative nervous opinion, is that what you mean?
Yes.
I don't know. I guess maybe when I was a kid, the police officers in town were, they tried to intimidate you a little bit just to kind of keep you
What
in line,
town?
behaving yourself.
Okay. What town is that?
Am I supposed to talk about that location where
No.
I grew up? It was a small town in the metro area.
Okay. And you had, but what you're also saying is you never had any bad experiences with the law enforcement officers in that town. Is that right?
Nothing traumatic. It was all just I didn't have much experience with them at all, but it was all pretty minor. I'm sure police officers get tired of dealing with teenage kids. None of it was ever serious in any way.
And you have no opinion also about defunding the police? Is that because you haven't studied it, or why?
Mostly, at the time of when I filled out the questionnaire, I hadn't really looked into it that much. I'm a Minneapolis. Well, I had to vote in the last election on that question in Minneapolis, and so I studied a little bit on it. But I still am a little. I guess I would say I'm neutral on that.
Okay, and you're also neutral on I do not trust the police and people do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. You're both neutral on that? It
Yes.
says no opinion, that's...
Yeah, I would say that I'm neutral on that.
And the other questions in that questionnaire, you seem to believe that black people are not treated fairly in our criminal justice system. Is that a fair...
Yes, I would say that's fair.
And what do you base that on, and what you've read?
Yeah, just things that I've read and listened to over the years. Just
Have you ever observed any police officer treating somebody unfairly?
personally,
Yeah.
I can't think of any incident where I personally witnessed that. No.
You have 3 children,
Yeah.
twins?
Yep. Yeah.
Congratulations. Then you're asked about, well, the court went over that, but would your experiences as a victim of crime or accused of a crime, those experiences in your background, would it make it difficult for you to be a fair and impartial juror? And the answer is, I don't believe so. What do you mean by that? Do you think that it would be?
I mean, no, they wouldn't. I think that was just like the judge said, kind of wishy-washy way of saying no.
Okay, all right. I'll put that down here.
Okay.
And your answers regarding the criminal justice system, you're asked if you think it's a fair system. And your answer is, I think it's fair as long as the group of jurors comes from a diverse background. And by diverse background, do you mean by race or by work or by employment or all of them?
All of that, yeah.
Okay, any one special one that you believe is important?
No, I think they're all equally important.
Here's another answer that is difficult to disagree with. I think it generally works, the criminal justice system, but is unfair to a certain groups of people. I think the poorer you are, the harder it's going to be to get fair treatment. And that's your opinion, correct?
Yeah.
And you realize, though, that the poor and the middle class and the wealthy all have a right to a fair trial.
Yes.
And you also understand that the state of Minnesota or any government body has unending resources to convict a person if they charge them. You understand that?
Unending resources.
Yes, they can spend as much money as they feel is required to get a conviction.
Okay. I guess I didn't realize that, but if you're telling me that's true, I have no reason not to believe you.
This case is entitled State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter.
Mm-hmm.
And the state of Minnesota is represented by the Attorney General and the lawyers over there. And they have unending resources that an individual would not have. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yeah.
And although this is the criminal justice system is fair, the fact is it's an adversary proceeding. The state has brought a case against my client, and we are defending that case. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
And it's your goal as a juror to listen to all of the evidence, decide what evidence you believe, and then apply the law along with your common sense and your world experiences, your life experiences. Would you be able to do that?
Yes.
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 Yeah. She takes everything down. And getting to the end of your questionnaire, sir, and I apologize, but as I'm sure you realize, this is a quite serious case.
Yep.
And one of the most important decisions in this case by the jury, of course, is at the end of the case and deciding whether or not the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Another important decision, however, second only to that, is whether or not you have a fair jury. And we don't know you, and the only way we can find that out is through questionnaires and questions to you. So if you feel that you can't be fair, and I'm not saying you can't be, now is the time to say that. Now later, when you go into that jury room and you feel you're biased. So now is the time to explore your thoughts, because we don't know you, it's just a questionnaire,
Yeah.
and to make that decision. And I say that because of the last couple of questions here. And one of them, the first one is, I do believe minorities have been and are treated unfairly in the country. I think I could set that apart from the facts, but it's something I feel. You say from the facts of the case. And I'm sure what you read in the paper, the deceased in this case is black,
Yep.
and my client is white.
Yes.
And if that would affect your decision in any way, now is the time to say it, not later, but now, because that state of Minnesota and my client, our client, have a right to a fair jury. So, do you think you could fairly judge this case based on the evidence and block this belief out? Or can you not? And now's the time to say that.
I think I could fairly judge the case. Yes.
And
Based on the facts that are presented.
Excuse me?
Based on the facts that are presented, the facts and evidence that
Okay.
would be presented, I think I can.
And it wouldn't enter into your mind that the deceased in this case is black and my client is white? That's,
I
I'm going to object, Your Honor, so I asked the answer.
that's all.
Respond to that again.
no. I think I could fairly judge the.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last question. Is there anything that wasn't covered in the questionnaire that we should know about as lawyers in the case in making a determination if you're fair? Anything in your background?
Nope.
Okay.
Not that I can think of. No.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, we'll exercise our second preempt. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Juror number 20, thank you so much. You're excused from this panel.
Thank you.
And have a great rest of the day, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are going to take a 20-minute break, okay? All right, is council ready?
Your Honor,
Yes.
before you call a juror, the next juror has sat on a jury, answer 16 on page 12. He was on a jury. The case was about protesters trespassing. My question to Your Honor is, when I question this juror, am I allowed to ask what the verdict was? Some judges allow it, some don't.
I don't.
You don't? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for asking.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Deputy. Hello, juror number 21. Please have a seat, and you may remove your mask. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire. I just have a couple of follow-up questions, and the attorneys may have some too, okay? You stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter and a somewhat negative impression of Dante Wright. My question is whether or not you could listen to the evidence in this case and base your decision only on the evidence in this case, your common sense and my instructions, and not base it on some preconceived general impression you formed before.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. There was a question on the questionnaire, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the demonstrations? And your answer was, I believe people are asking us to see. I don't remember if you remember that answer, but could you explain what you meant?
I think, yes, there's negative impacts, but yes, there's a lot of positive impacts because it's raising conversations that we haven't had before. Mm-hmm. And I think that was positive, but it's happening in a negative fashion. So,
in a negative fashion?
Well, there's a lot of things going on around there. There was a lot of looting and stuff that I consider negative. But I think a lot of the things that people were trying to say were positive things that were hard conversations to have.
Gotcha.
Getting us to open our eyes.
You have a brother-in-law that's in law enforcement?
I do. Well, he works with the Department of Commerce. So.
Okay, so what's his position?
Special agent.
Oh, okay. So FBI or?
I don't know exactly. He's part of the Department of Commerce, so it's not FBI.
Okay.
He works out in D.C.
All right. Do you have a lot of contact with him?
On holidays.
Okay.
Yes.
A close friend of yours was a victim of a crime. It was a break-in.
Yes.
And did your friend ever express any dissatisfaction with how the police responded?
No, actually, I was there. It's my neighbor, and it wasn't. The police acted very professionally, and everything was handled wonderfully.
Okay. Did they ever find the culprit?
Yeah, the guy walked into his living room and just sat down on the couch. So the police did come, and the guy was escorted out. And
Okay. Uninvited guest.
it was, yes, very uninvited guest at 3 in the morning.
All right. And you served on a jury in a criminal case, and that case was about protesters trespassing, right? Is there anything about that case and sitting on a jury in that case that makes you think you would not be a good juror in this case?
No.
Okay. How did you like jury duty when you sat on that case?
I found it informative.
Okay. So it wasn't terrible, right?
No, it wasn't terrible.
All
No,
right.
it's not.
And would you describe it as a learning experience, maybe?
Definitely.
Okay. Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case?
If I'm called upon, yes.
Okay, good. All right. Is there anything that we should know about you that was not on the questionnaire that would impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. Counsel?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll call you 21. That's the jury you are. I'm going to ask you just a few questions about your answers to the questions in the questionnaire. How long ago was that jury trial you sat on? Was it more than 4 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly 10 years, I'd
All
say.
right. And you do mention in your juror questionnaire, you've already told the judge, explained that to the judge, that you had a somewhat negative impression of my client, our client, Kim Potter, and you had a somewhat negative impression of Dante Wright. And your answer to the Dante Wright reason is, I don't condone fleeing from a police officer. And is that the reason that you have a negative?
This is one of them, yeah, that would be the
Okay. And also on our client's reason, I believe when training in fellow officers, your actions should be more thought out. Have you seen the video in this case, sir?
yes, I have.
Okay. I'm sorry, the answer's right down here, 2 to 8 times. Have you seen it? That's what you say here, I don't know.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago when it was out quite a bit when it first happened. That's when I.
If you're asked, or if you're called upon to be a juror in this case, could you rely on the evidence in the courtroom here and not rely on any of the video you observed, or for that matter, any newspaper articles, magazine articles that you've read about this? Could you keep those outside the courtroom?
I've ceased reading any articles about this since you guys instructed me to, so yes, I think I could.
On page 9 of answer 19, how favorable or unfavorable are you about Blue Lives Matter? And you say you're neutral, and then you state, it feels like marketing. Of course, all lives matter, but cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate. What did you exactly mean by that?
When it seemed like a marketing aspect to counter Black Lives Matter and kind of counter the thought process that they're trying to get across, and I didn't necessarily agree with the process.
With the Cop Lives Matter?
I don't disagree that Cop Lives Matter.
Right.
It just seemed like it was to counter something else that was another.
I guess my question pertained to cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate. What did you mean by that?
Well, Black Lives Matter is trying to draw attention to people dying at an alarming rate, and I think that's what they're trying to do.
Are you taking that from your belief that more blacks are dying at the hands of police officers than police officers are dying in the state? Or for that matter in the United States?
Essentially, yes.
But you don't have any statistics on that, do you?
No, I didn't look up any statistics.
Okay.
So.
And would you keep that out of the courtroom when
Yes.
you decide this case? Rely on the evidence? You have to answer yes or no. Court reporter. The court reporter, if it takes it down.
Okay.
Why don't you ask your question again?
Okay. That might be a tough job, Judge.
Sorry.
I'd already forgot about that question. You hadn't done any studies on whether or not cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would that enter into your decision in this case?
No.
If you're asked as a juror, called as a juror, and you're citing this case, would you keep that outside the courtroom?
Sure.
Okay. Your honest answer to 10, not that all the rest of them were honest too, but this one, time away from work and family, but this is only my selfish reasons.
What was the question on number 10?
Why do you feel that way about, here, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Not sure. And do you want to serve as a juror, or would you rather go home?
Well, I think it would be. It's kind of, there are some difficulties that would have to be overcome. Yes.
Okay, and what are those? Would you be able to overcome them?
Yes, I would be able to. I was just being honest that spending time away from my family would be difficult.
Okay. With respect to your employment, do you work days?
I do.
Okay, so it wouldn't be much different than that, unless you.
Well, yes, I have a deal worked out with my wife that the child care issue would be have to be dealt with.
You have all young children.
Yes.
You'll get out of that for a few days. Is that fair?
You'd have to ask my wife that question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Great. We'll pass the juror. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 21, I apologize for calling you by number. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, but I know it's rather impersonal. Thank you for your answers. I kind of come third in line, so a lot of my questions have been asked, and I'll try not to be repetitive, but just a couple things to follow up on. Your impression of the victim in this case, you don't condone fleeing from a police officer. That's a perfectly understandable answer. And I just want to ask you, if you were to serve as a juror, would you look at that aspect of the case
as just another part of all the evidence put forward in the case. Does that make sense to you?
I think so.
I mean, whether we condone it generally
Yes, I understand.
may not be relevant to how it plays out in a case in a courtroom. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I'm not telling you, how to think about it one way or the other. It's just, I just wanted to ask that, you'd be able to view the evidence in the courtroom about the whole case fairly and openly. Is that something you can do?
I think I can.
Yeah. Yeah, did I hear you right? The person that broke into your neighbor's house just had a seat on the couch and was apprehended there?
Yeah, there was some, I believe, alcohol, drugs, and some possible mental illness involved in that, yes.
So that situation was handled pretty swiftly, I would assume.
Yeah, yes it was.
There was the chart of questions about agree and disagree. Do you recall that?
Not all of them, but yes.
Yeah. It was a long time ago you filled this out, I assume, right?
I believe it was back in August. So.
Yeah. There's one question about police in my community make me feel safe, and you agreed with that. I think we all want the police to make us feel safe in our community, right? Anything about that? Obviously this is a case that involves a police officer. Anything about that notion that would make it difficult for you to be a fair and impartial juror in a case involving a police officer?
I don't think it would affect me, no.
Okay. Well, maybe this is the good thing about jury questionnaires. It gets a lot of my question answers answered ahead of time. Can you excuse me for just a moment, please? Your Honor, may I please? Thank you for your patience. There is one thing I did want to follow up on. You were asked earlier about your impressions of victim Mr. Wright in this case, and you said something like, not the only reason. Were there other things that you heard about him that affected, an opinion you might have had about him?
No, I haven't. I've been avoiding any of that. That's been out as instructed. It was just based on the whole situation was kind of made me think everything was, from what I seen in the video when it first happened, it made everybody look bad.
And just as I think you assured them that you would not bring impressions made back then about Ms. Potter, same thing with regard to Mr. Wright, correct?
Correct.
And so you would have no difficulty setting aside those previous thoughts and impressions and deciding the case just on the evidence in the courtroom?
Correct.
Yeah, we can pass the juror.
All right. You will be a juror on this case. You'll be receiving a call as to when and where you should report. We estimate that it'll start December 8th, but you'll receive a phone call confirming. Okay? So thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the day. Please sit down. And would you please remove your mask?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for being so patient. You're one of the last people we're asking questions of today. Thank you for filling out your questionnaire. You indicated that your spouse is currently retired but worked as a law clerk in the public defender's office. Which county was that in?
Hennepin, it was here.
Okay, so she worked as a law clerk with the Hennepin County Public Defender's Office?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what she did? Do you know what she did as a law clerk?
I don't. I mean, I remember the judge, if you want me to say the judge, but
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
Okay, did she work for a judge too?
Yes.
Okay, so she was a law clerk for a judge as well in Hennepin County?
Yes.
How long ago she's now retired, how long ago did she work?
It's been a long time. I'm going to say, well, I'd be giving away my age, but I'm going to say, we're talking 35, 40 years, probably, a long time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
she would have been quite young when she was a law
Yes.
clerk. Okay.
Yes.
And so she not only clerked for the PD's office, but she also clerked for a judge.
Yes.
And how long did she clerk for a judge?
Maybe a year or two.
Okay.
It wasn't, it
All
wasn't very long.
Did she ever end up practicing law?
No,
Okay.
no.
And she was also a policy advocate with Family and Children's Services. Was that
Correct.
Hennepin County as well?
Yes.
And was that also a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about your spouse having clerked for the public defender's office that makes you think you'd lean toward the defense and as opposed to the prosecution?
No.
Okay, so you can be fair to both sides?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case if you're selected?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you be open-minded, fair, and neutral?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Ng?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Eng. I'm with Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter,
Yes.
and I have a chance to ask you just a few questions, and then we're going to be good to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicate on your questionnaire that you have a neutral impression of Officer Potter and a neutral impression of Mr. Wright as well. You remember those questions, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason you had a neutral impression is that you didn't have enough information to make an impression one way or another.
Yes.
As you sit here and Judge Chu asked you about that, will you presume Officer Potter innocent of the offense as you start the trial?
Yes.
Okay, she is going to testify, and will you wait for her testimony before you start to figure out what happened here?
Yes.
And the other witnesses that we will present to you.
Yes.
Okay. You have no difficulty doing that at all, do you?
No.
Okay. That's the fair thing to do.
Yes.
And everything in your questionnaire indicates that you will be fair,
Yes, sir.
and nothing has changed. Obviously.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't mean to insult you by asking if you'll be fair. It's just we have to do our job and ask the question.
That's okay. I understand.
Okay. And page 4, it said that the question was if you talked about Dante Wright's death to your family, you say yes. And then you say that the defendant possibly made an error. You remember answering the question that way?
To be honest with you, no, I don't remember exactly how I answered it, with a 16-page document, but
Well, I'll represent to you, quote, that the defendant possibly made an error. That's your answer.
yes. Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
why did you say that?
Well, I guess I'm probably basing it off the 5 to 10 second clip that has been on the news. Really on that, I guess. I have, I have nothing else to base that on.
You haven't seen that for a while, I assume.
Correct.
Okay. You
Correct.
saw it when it first came out
Correct.
last April. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you realize, of course, that whatever you see here matters more, and that you're to decide
Yes.
the case on the court. Okay. And we had a couple of questions on 7, which is this strongly disagree, strongly agree section. And it indicates that the police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say somewhat agree,
Yes.
and still feel that way.
I do. Yes.
But once again, you're going to listen to the evidence and
Correct.
let the chips fall where they may.
Correct.
And you mentioned a degree program that you're in currently.
Well, yes. I've been a registered nurse since 1994, and I'm in a nurse practitioner program right now.
Okay.
So,
And when do you expect to finish that?
well, I won't complete that for about another year and a half, but I've been going for about 2.5 years now. So.
And that allows you to practice more practice medicine than just be an assistant, so to speak.
Correct.
I'm
Yeah, it's on a
paraphrasing.
higher level.
Higher
yes.
level?
Yeah.
Is there anything I forgot to ask you? I mean, we've got these are really complete. They're complete for a reason, so we don't make you stay here too often. Anything else that we should know about you?
No,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Frank?
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 22. Sorry to just call you by number, but that's just how we're doing it in this case, so if you understand. Wanted to follow up on some of the questions and your answers. You indicated you were asked early on what opinions you have expressed. It was Mr. Eng asked you about it. You said that the defendant possibly made an error. Why did you write that as the answer with regard to your opinion?
Well, because in watching that 5 to 10 second clip, of course, I don't remember the exact allotted time on that. I believe she said that, I didn't mean to shoot him or something to that effect. So, I guess that's why I answered it that way.
And so it was based just entirely on what you saw of her in that video, in other words?
Basically, yes.
That opinion was limited to that 5 or 10 seconds, whatever the video was. That you saw.
Correct, yes.
You indicated, the next page was a question about the demonstrations that have taken place in the Twin Cities. You indicated not, in your community, but you think Minneapolis has been negatively affected. What did you mean by that?
Well, these are all just difficult circumstances of these events. And I think they're difficult from the citizens, all the way up to the police, to the city level. It's just difficult.
Yeah. Do you think it was sort of the lawlessness aspect of it that was really the problem there? Or what's the negative impact from?
I think that contributed to it, yes.
Okay. Were there other things that you think contributed? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Right.
I guess I really can't think of anything else.
And you indicated that you strongly agreed that police in your community make you feel safe. Right?
Yes.
And
I think we need a police department, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody wants to feel safe, and part of the police's job. And the demonstrations, there was not a time of feeling safe, was it?
No, that was difficult to watch. Yeah.
And I assume you don't want to see that happen again, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You were asked, one of the other questions is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said you somewhat agree with that. Tell us why you chose that.
And I think I'm just basing that off, they've got a difficult job. and maybe it's just me, but I don't know that I necessarily raise them up to a higher standard, but I mean, I certainly expect them to be law-abiding, and you know, they have difficult decisions to make too at times. So.
And part of the decisions that they make are meant to help keep you safe.
Correct. Yes.
So you really need them out there.
Correct. Yes.
And you indicated, one of the other statements was, I do not trust the police, and you said you strongly disagree. Why did you choose strongly disagree there?
I strongly disagree that I do trust them.
Yeah, it's a double negative.
Sorry.
No, I completely get it. And I have it right in front of me and you don't, so I completely get it. But the statement is, I do not trust the police, and you strongly disagree with that.
I guess I do trust them, I guess, until proven otherwise. I mean, I expect them to protect me, so I don't really have a reason not to trust them until otherwise, depending on the circumstances, I guess.
I mean, is it fair to say that you start out, you know, with a mindset that it's that they're out there to protect me, and I need this now more than ever, and so I really put my trust and faith in them?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
And because of that, you don't necessarily want to second guess them. Fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Yeah, you know, what you know about this case obviously involves a former police officer. You know, given that mindset, the way that you see these things, and I'm not saying your answers are right or wrong. They're your answers, right? But given what you told us, can you tell us that you know you can be fair and impartial in a case that involves looking at the actions of a police officer?
Yes.
You feel that you can do that?
Yes.
Hard question to answer. I'm going to ask it anyway. A jury, you know, they sit there and they listen, and they have to make certain decisions on their own, but they also have this group dynamic. You go into the jury room and you deliberate. You know, as you sit here today, can you tell us how you think you're going to put those things, from demonstrations and the need to feel safe in your community and not second-guessing officers, how are you going to put that out of your mind when it comes to making a decision with other jurors?
And you're asking me how, right?
Yeah.
How I would put that? Based on the evidence and what is presented to me as a juror, and make a decision from there.
And you won't be able to, you know, think back to, well, I saw that 5 to 10 second clip. I thought this, right? That's the stuff you got to leave out of it.
Correct. Yes.
And you think you can do that?
Yes.
You own some guns yourself. Sounds like mostly for sporting or hunting, right?
Just waterfowl, yeah, like ducks and
Okay.
geese, yeah.
And more of a challenge than a four-legged deer standing on the field.
The ducks are pretty safe when I'm out there. Yeah.
Okay. they'd still probably rather you not be there, but you give them a sporting chance, is what I'm
Right,
saying.
right,
Feel
exactly.
pretty strong about guns?
Well, I like to think that I'm a responsible gun owner. I don't have any reason to have really any other type of weapon than that in the house. I do have a son that I hunt with, and we do it responsibly and under the law. So
Yeah, I think you wrote that this has really been a lifetime thing for you, right? Since you were a kid, right?
correct. Yes. Yes.
So you got to take the gun safety classes as a kid, and then went hunting with your father.
Yep. Correct. Yes.
Going to venture into some probably dangerous territory here and talk to you about how long ago your wife worked for the court system. Been a long time. Did you were you married at the time, or was that?
Yeah, we got married after she went to law school, and she went to the U of M and worked for the Family and Children's Services as an advocate for them. Really did not need her law degree at that time, but she did a lot of lobbying, and then she did the clerk in that for, I believe, a year or two, and never practiced in private practice.
So back then, did you talk much about her work as a clerk or for the judge or the public defender's office?
Well, I mean, she wouldn't talk about like any specific cases, but we would periodically maybe talk about probably more the events in the courtroom than what actually was going on with the prosecution or the defense. So
Did she work in those fields at all after that initial spat?
no, she retired early, unfortunately. So
And so she hasn't been working in that field since?
no.
And are you currently working as an RN?
Yes, doing some private home health care. I worked in a number of emergency departments up until last December when St. Joseph's closed their doors, and certainly school now is taking up a fair amount of my time too. So.
Yeah, so that's what I want to ask you, because you indicated you're self-employed. Is that still the situation?
Yes, because I do have some properties too that I manage. So with the nursing, the school, and the properties, I stay pretty busy. So.
You're not retired.
No. And
So, if you are selected as a juror, you got to be here. The judge told you all day, and for a few weeks, 2-3 weeks. There's a chance you're sequestered during deliberation. That's often very difficult for self-employed people. Can you tell us how that's going to affect you?
Probably the only thing that I can think of, really, the nursing and like the properties, I do not own alone, so that's not an issue. With school here in the middle of the month, I've got a couple of tests that I need to take. However, I can do those online. So Other than that, I'm
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the schooling separately.
pretty
but-
open.
Okay. So with regard to the self-employment, are you concerned about losing work opportunities that will affect your income, given the schedule we might have?
It shouldn't be a problem because I do gain income from my properties too, so.
And then, school, obviously, it's something we get concerned about because this time of year, often there are tests and things to take. It sounds like you have some coming up, but would you, the other thing we don't want you doing is taking tests late into the morning or, into the night and then being just wiped out the next day from lack of sleep or cramming.
Well, the good thing is it's flexible since that part of it is online, so I don't have to, be in a classroom somewhere.
So just the way we usually ask this, can you assure us that with all those things going on, your self-employment and your school, you could give your undivided attention here at the courtroom for the trial?
Yes, sir. Yes.
If you could excuse me for just a moment, Your Honor, may I have a moment? Sorry for the separate meeting there. Your Honor, we would pass the juror.
Okay. You will be a juror in this case. We expect to start December 8th, but you will be getting a call from the jury office telling you the exact date, the exact time, and when to report.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good rest of the day, okay?
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, number 23. Please have a seat, and you may remove your mask. Okay. All right. I think you raised your hand when to my question. Does anyone have a problem hearing or understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you explain why you raised your hand?
Oh, sorry. I'm forget. Sorry.
Oh no. When I was asking the group questions, one of my questions was, does anybody have a problem hearing or understanding what I'm saying? And you had raised your hand?
Yeah, I raised my hand because I don't know too much English. You know, I understand a little bit.
Okay, I get it. So,
Your Honor, could the juror take off her mask and use the microphone?
oh yes, I'm sorry, you need to take your mask off.
Okay. Well, I raise my hand because I don't understand too much English.
Okay. And so you would have difficulty, I mean, how long have you been in this country?
22 years.
22 years? Okay.
I understand, but when I talking, I don't know speaking very good English.
Okay. And when I was giving you general instructions, were you having a problem following?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that your language, your ability to understand English would prevent you from being able to hear and understand the testimony?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. I take it that you're uncomfortable being a juror.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's because of the language.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I am very nervous.
Okay. Does either side wish to ask any questions of number 23?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're excused. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, counsel, we can't get our next group until 1:30. Okay, because they were all called beforehand. We can probably get lunches early. We can try to get lunches early. Okay. Or my staff will. You brought your own? Okay. All right, counsel, I'm really happy to see that jury selection is really moving along. What I want you to start thinking about is whether or not we should start the trial earlier than December 8th. I do want to have at least a day or a half a day to go over jury instructions, okay, because I think it may take some time to do that. Does anyone have any strong feelings about not starting earlier, assuming that will take at least a day beforehand to get the jury instructions finalized?
Can we get back to after lunch?
Sure.
We scheduled around your 8th day.
Right. And I recognize that it may not be possible because we had all counted on December 8th as being the date.
I think I'm just speaking off the cuff. It may depend upon how much earlier you want to start. I think
Okay.
scheduling matters as well.
Right. Okay, we'll kind of play it by ear. And you might want to check with some of your witnesses to see if they can make it earlier. But notwithstanding, we're going to take a day off before we start the trial, just so we have enough time to do jury instructions. Okay? All right. Have a good lunch, everyone.
The other component is the people that's
All right, see, I figured out how to do my job. Making sure my microphone is on and all that stuff. You'll see, I had to buy a new laptop because somehow the MacBook just fried. We've been watching the jury selection in Kim Potter's trial. I don't even know. I wasn't really paying attention, so I'm not sure how many jurors they've seated. I think 8 or 9 or 10, maybe. I don't know. They just seated the last one yesterday. Here's another update from the mass shooting yesterday in Michigan. A 4th student has passed away from his injuries. 17-year-old Justin Schilling has passed away following the school shooting yesterday. And that's the latest update there. There's no real information other than now there's 4 people that are deceased or 4 children, 4 young people. I think it's one 14-year-old, one 16-year-old, 2 17-year-olds that were killed in that. Plus, I don't know how. I think it was 5 other students and a teacher. Or 6 other students and a teacher that were also wounded. It's unclear if they all suffered gunshot wounds. I'm not quite sure about that. But the suspect in that shooting was a 16-year-old, or I'm sorry, was he a 15-year-old sophomore at the school. There's initial reports that the school actually knew that there was these threats to the school. Lots of students. We talked about it in pretty good detail yesterday, so I don't want to go into it too much. But the school knew, the students at least, maybe not the school. I mean, the school did know, but the students definitely knew there was a threat. Some of the students were uncomfortable, didn't even want to go to school. So, and we heard a testimony essentially of an interview with a student who said he didn't want to go to school because of it. Because of these threats. So it's crazy, man. It's crazy. What is this? Breaking news. Krasner strikes again. Suspect in murder of Temple student walked after DA dropped armed carjacking case against him. The suspect in the murder of a 21-year-old Temple University student was arrested on August 14th and charged with 8 crimes, including connection with an armed carjacking, including aggravated assault, robbery, conspiracy, and possession of an unlicensed gun. The bail was set at $200,000 monetary, meaning the suspect, Lateef Williams, 17 years old, had to plunk down a 10% deposit of $20,000 to get out of jail. The cops did their job, but then it was the duty of the DA's office under Larry Krasner to prosecute the case. What happened next helps explain why Philadelphia Today has already set an all-time record of 510 murders, with a whole month left to go in 2021. On August 20th, less than a week after his arrest, Municipal Court Jaffe Pittman lowered the bail for Williams to $200,000 unsecured, meaning the defendant had to post no money at all to stay out of jail. The DA filed no appeal. Sources say Williams was placed under house arrest. On September 16th, Judge Carls Hayden granted the DA's request for a continuance after a victim or witness failed to appear in court. On September 30th, only the second listing of the preliminary hearing in the case, Judge Martin Coleman granted the DA's motion to withdraw all 8 charges against Williams, and he was a free man. Less than 2 months later, on Sunday, November 28th, Williams, according to police, attempted to rob Samuel Collington as he was unloading his mother's SUV on the 2200 block of North Park Avenue in North Philly. According to the cops, Williams shot him twice in the chest. The victim died about a half hour later. The cops, armed with an arrest warrant, are out searching for Williams, who's 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds. He's apparently out there still. For a teenager, he has quite the rap sheet, as well as an amazing record of success for when being prosecuted by the DA's office under the noted criminal justice reformer Larry Krasner. Williams' first arrests date back to November of 2017, the month he turned 13, for robbing a college student on the Temple campus of a cell phone in addition to assaulting her. Although he's arrested for that robbery, there's no record of a resolution for that case, which may be because of his youth. On July 20th, 2019, Williams was locked up for selling drugs. On August 21st, the DA's office under Larry Klasner dropped those charges. On May 31st, during the George Floyd riots, Williams arrested for burglary, rioting, and looting. According to police, he kicked a police car window out and spit on the cops. On September 18, 2020, they dropped all those charges as well. On November 6, 2020, he was arrested for selling drugs. On September 10th, 2021, the DA's office dropped those charges as well. In his short life, Williams' victims racked up another kind of record. In a statement published by the Inquirer, Molly Collington, the victim's mother, described her son as kind and accomplished, as a former president of his high school class, an Eagle Scout, a high school band member, and a member of the National Honor Society. Man, this is going on in cities across America. I'm starting to just hate reading it. Just really starting to hate reading about all this stuff all the time. All the time. I figured this would serve as your news update. Joe Biden is apparently going to start speaking. Who knows? He's late. He's supposed to deliver remarks on the economy. So we'll have to wait and see when he finally starts speaking. And of course, when he does, I am going to bring that live to you, and we'll all laugh and we'll all laugh together. I guess is the only way to say it. I don't know. Man, I should have made another music video. I was so ticked off that the laptop just broke. An $1,800 MacBook that's not even a year old just shut down, stopped working altogether. It's really annoying. And it was weird. Maybe it was hacked because I did get some notice that someone kept trying to log in to my Apple account. But I just figured it was a glitch because they're stupid. So maybe someone hacked it and bombed it or something. But whatever. That's my life. In terms of how I'm feeling, because I saw a comment earlier, someone was asking how I was feeling. Not really feeling that much better today. I mean, I had to drink Imodium again today, so that tells you how I'm doing. I did eat lunch, though, and I tell you what I had yesterday after I ate lunch. Today I had McDonald's, but yesterday I had a sandwich, and I felt really bloated afterwards. I don't feel that, so maybe I am finally coming around that. Because, again, the only thing that's going on is, one, lack of sleep, which I didn't really have an issue with last night. I'm not sick, not running a fever, don't have a cough, don't have anything except for just a horrible stomach thing going on. So I'm definitely feeling better now than I was in the past. And to be honest, this whole illness was just the constant need to use a restroom. But it's crazy. Many of you guys may or may not know, we actually live streamed the Supreme Court hearing this morning. That was I just don't understand it. I don't understand how it's even a debate. A life is a life, whether or not, science. Isn't that what everyone's saying? Trust the science about COVID-19, but they don't want to trust the science when it comes to when a life is a life. It doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And I never talk about that subject on this show, and that's pretty much where I'm going to leave it at this point. In terms of that, but I just can't. I was listening to some of the conversations that they were saying, and I was just like, what the hell? How can anyone just literally just make an argument like the arguments they were making? It's weird. Secretary of State Blinken has said that Russia has made plans to invade Ukraine. Washington has seen evidence of such plans for significant aggressive moves in short order. That's apparently new. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. Oh, here's Joe Biden. Idiot. Listen.
Last year.
I don't have it queued up. Here. Bam.
Speak about some of the steps we're taking to address challenges in the economy.
Listen to this bonehead.
Are already starting to pay off for Americans. First, however, I want to quickly reiterate what I spoke about on Monday concerning Omicron, the variant, and the steps we're taking to combat it. As I said, this new variant is a cause for concern, but not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccines in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists. We're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with science and speed, not chaos and confusion. So let me repeat what the doctors and scientists have affirmed. The best protection against Omicron is getting a booster shot. Right now, about 135 million Americans are eligible for a booster. but only about 40 million have gotten one thus far. If you're over 18 years of age, you got vaccinated before June 1, go get your booster shot today. And if you're not vaccinated, now's the time to get vaccinated and take your children to get vaccinated. Every child over the age of 5 can get a safe, effective vaccination. Tomorrow, I'll be putting forward the next steps we'll be taking to fight COVID this winter, not with shutdowns or lockdowns, but with more widespread vaccinations, boosters, testing, and more. Now, onto the economy. If you watched the news recently, you might think the shelves in all our stores are empty across the country, that parents won't be able to get presents for their children on this holiday season. But here's the deal. For the vast majority of the country, that's not what's happening. Because of the actions the administration has taken in partnership with business and labor, retailers and grocery stores, freight movers and railroads, and those shelves are going to be stocked. And many have heard that the CEO of Walmart, who I met with this week, speaking about the steps we've taken, he said, and I quote, "The combination of private enterprise and government working together has been really successful all the way through the supply chain. There's been a lot of innovation," end of quote. Here's what the progress has looked like. The first thing we had to do was speed up the operations at our ports. Americans are buying more goods than ever, and a lot of those goods come through our ports. 40% of the goods that come into the country on the West Coast come through 2 ports, Los Angeles and Long Beach. To help relieve congestion, I brought together labor and management and asked them to step up and cooperate more, to move forward in operating those ports, not 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, but 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by adding more shifts at night and on the weekends. Then we had to make sure that people could transport those goods from the ports to stores and homes across the country. We've broken up log jams there as well. Private sector port terminal operators at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, for example, have announced that they're going to eliminate fees when truck drivers come into the port to pick up the containers, if they do it at night or on the weekends, when roads are less congested. Working with my administration, a major ocean carrier, the 4th largest in the world, announced on Monday a new $100 discount when containers are picked up quickly, with larger discounts for nighttime and weekend pickups. And we've announced this week that we're extending through February extra flexibility that allows truckers to drive more hours when they're transporting critical goods like gas, food, and medical supplies. Paired with these important safety measures, all of them are going to help move goods more quickly and get products that people want onto the shelves all across the country. Over the last month, the number of containers left sitting on docks, blocking movement to those stores, was for over 8 days, down by 40%. Now it's down, which means they're heading to shelves and stores more quickly. That's an incredible success story. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach have moved 16% more containers so far this year than last year. By working with business and labor, my administration has been able to handle the huge surge in goods moving through some of our biggest ports. And that's translated into shelves across our country being well stocked. You don't have to take my word for it. On Monday, I convened a group of CEOs from some of the largest retailers and grocery stores in the nation, as well as companies who work with small businesses across America, including the CEO of Walmart, as I mentioned, along with Best Buy, CVS, Samsung, Mattel, Etsy, and QVC. My administration has been working with many of the CEOs and others to keep these goods moving through our supply chain to ensure the shelves are stocked heading into the holiday season. The CEOs I met with this week reported that their inventories are up, shelves are well stocked, and they're ready to meet the consumer demand for the holidays. The CEO of Etsy represents over 5 million small businesses and entrepreneurs. He told me, and I quote, "Our survey data says they are less concerned about supply chain challenges this year than they were last year," end of quote. I've also spoken with the CEOs of UPS and FedEx, which are on track to deliver more packages than ever. Now, I can't promise that every person will get every gift they want on time. Only Santa Claus can keep that promise. But there are items every year that sell out that are hard to find. Some of you moms and dads may remember Cabbage Patch Kids back in the 80s, or Beanie Babies in the 90s, or other toys that have run out at Christmas time in past years when there was no supply chain problem. But we're heading into a holiday season in very strong shape. It's not because of luck. We averted potential crisis by figuring out what needed to get fixed, and then we brought people together to do the hard work of fixing it. That's exactly what we're doing with the second concern I want to talk about today, prices. Here are a few things you should know. Just about every country in the world is grappling with higher prices right now as they recover from the pandemic. In the United Kingdom, price increases have hit a 10-year high. In Germany, a 28-year high. In Canada, price increases are the highest they've been since the 90s. This is a worldwide challenge, a natural byproduct of a world economy shut down by the pandemic as it comes back to life. Prices are still out of sync as the world comes back. But as we continue to overcome these obstacles, the more price pressures will ease. But I have not been content to sit back and wait. I've used every tool available to address the price increases, and it's working. Take gas prices. Last week, I announced the largest ever release from the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve to increase the supply of oil and help bring down prices. I brought together other nations to continue and contribute to this solution. India, Japan, the Republic of Korea, the United Kingdom all joined us. They all agreed to release additional oil from the reserves, and China may be doing so as well. This worldwide effort we're leading will not solve the problem of high gas prices overnight, but it has been making a difference. Over the last month, likely due in part to the anticipation of this action, we've seen the price of oil and gasoline on the wholesale markets come down significantly. In fact, since the end of October, the average weekly price of gasoline in the wholesale market has fallen by about 10%. That's a drop of 25 cents per gallon. Those savings should reach the American people very soon, and it can't happen fast enough. And I've asked the Federal Trade Commission to consider whether potentially illegal and anti-competitive behavior in the oil and gas industry is causing higher prices to be maintained for consumers when the overall cost of oil is down. We can also ensure that American people are paying a fair price for gas. So let's take a step back and take stock of where our economy is. Wages are up. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we've delivered significant tax cuts for families raising kids. Tax cuts and rising wages for middle-class families mean the Americans on average have about $100 more in their pockets every month than they did last year. About $350 more each month than they did before the pandemic, even after accounting for inflation. Let me repeat that. Even after accounting for rising prices, the typical American family has more money in their pockets than they did last year or the year before that. In fact, we're the only leading economy in the world where household income and the economy as a whole are stronger than they were before the pandemic. You know, there are other signs of strength too. The number of small businesses up by 30% compared to before the pandemic. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we've cut child poverty in America by more than 40%. Think about that. Millions of children who spent last Christmas in poverty will not bear that burden this holiday season. And the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, described it yesterday that it is, quote, a profound economic and moral victory for our country, end of quote. Since I took office, we've had a record job creation, 5.6 million new jobs since January 20th of this year. The unemployment rate has fallen to 4.6%. We're seeing more new small businesses, higher wages, and more disposable income. Fewer children in poverty, fewer people getting unemployment checks. None of this was inevitable. It was because of the American Rescue Plan, which virtually every Democrat in Congress voted for and every Republican voted against. It was because of the hard work my administration has done to try to solve the challenges in our economy instead of just pointing fingers and complaining. Now it's time to build on our success and cut costs further for families. That's what my Build Back Better plan does. It will lower out-of-pocket costs for child care, elder care, housing, college, health care, and prescription drugs. These are the biggest costs that most families face. In fact, a new independent analysis released today showed that my Build Back Better plan would mean $7,400 in tax cuts and savings for the typical family with 4 kids, the typical family of 4 with 2 kids. 17 Nobel laureate winners in the Nobel economic winners have written a letter affirming that this bill will reduce inflationary pressure in the economy. 2 of the leading rating agencies in Wall Street confirmed this month that my plan will not add to inflationary pressures. In fact, they will, quote, take the edge off of inflation. Now my Republican friends are talking a lot about prices, but they're lined up against my Build Back Better plan, which would go right at the problem for rising costs for families. Why is that? I don't want to speculate on anyone's motive, but it's always easier to complain about a problem than to try to fix it. One Republican senator even said that rising prices were, quote, a gold mine, end of quote, for Republicans politically. Imagine rooting for a higher cost for American families just to score a few political points. The fact is, the Build Back Better plan is fiscally responsible. It's the first major piece of legislation in more than a decade that is not only fully paid for, but will generate more than $100 billion in deficit reduction. It fully covers the cost of its investments by making the largest corporations and the richest Americans pay a little more in taxes. Think about that, as that's a trade-off worth making, in my view. Having those who have done very well pay their fair share in order to provide a little breathing room for millions of American families. But my critics don't seem to agree. They have a lot of speeches about high prices, supply chain, and other challenges we're facing, but they don't offer any answers. So they're just doing the no vote. That's their plan, vote no. But what does that mean? What does a no vote mean on this bill? Not on cable news, not on Fox, not in the real world, in your life, around your kitchen table. Well, here's what it's going to mean. It means for millions of American families, this bill, that the bills you're paying right now for daycare could be substantially lowered, capped at 7% of your income. But Republicans said no, pay more. It means the bills you're paying right now to take care of your elderly parent could have been lower, a lot lower. But Republicans said, no, don't vote for this bill, pay more. It means the cost of your prescription drugs could have been lower, a lot lower. But Republicans think that those 200,000 children, for example, who need regular doses of insulin should continue to pay as much as $1,000 a month instead of $35 a month. Think of that. Not only affects the health of the child and the family, but imagine you're being a parent and not being able to afford $1,000 a month. Not only risks the health of your child, but it robs you of your dignity. The list goes on, but the point's the same. What I propose is a way to lower some of the most difficult costs families have to pay every month by asking big corporations, 40 of the Fortune 500 companies paid zero in taxes, making $40 billion in the process. And the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share in taxes. Look, remember, we're in a situation, as far as Republicans are concerned, they'd rather the bills at your kitchen table be higher so the tax bills of corporate conference rooms and big mansions can be lower. In this case, let me tell you something. Nothing will be more expensive for American families than a no vote on the Build Back Better plan. I believe we simply can't afford to do nothing and wait and see what happens. In the moments we face today, that just isn't a responsible course. We live in uncertain times. Families are anxious about COVID, the economy, the cost of living. And the way to relieve that anxiety is with consistent, determined, focused action. I started my presidency with the American Rescue Plan. Now that law is carrying our nation forward on vaccinations, boosters, keeping our schools open, and so much more. I designed it as a year-long plan because I knew we'd have a lot of obstacles to overcome. Next, we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law because a lot of our infrastructure is crumbling. We have to prepare ourselves to compete and win the 21st century global economy. For most of the 20th century, we led the world by a significant margin because we invested in ourselves, not only in our roads and highways and bridges, but in our people and our families. We built the interstate highway system. We invested to win the space race. We were among the first to provide access to free education beginning back in the late 1800s. These decisions to invest in our country and our families were a major reason why we were able to lead the world for much of the last century. But somewhere along the way, we stopped investing in ourselves. America is still the largest economy in the world. We still have the most productive workers and the most innovative minds in the world. But we've risked losing our edge as a nation. Our infrastructure used to be the best in the world. Today, according to the World Economic Forum, we rank 13th. And we have to invest in our greatest asset as well, our people. For example, we used to lead the world in educational achievement. Now the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development ranks America 35 out of 37 major countries when it comes to investing in early childhood education and care. We can't be competitive in the 21st century global economy if we continue to slide. One of the reasons I believe so firmly in this is because I know what this country can be. We've always been a nation of possibilities. We didn't become this nation, we know, by dreaming small. Throughout our history, we've emerged from crisis by investing in ourselves. During and after the Civil War, we built the Transcontinental Railroad, uniting America. During the Cold War, we built the interstate highway system, transforming the way Americans are able to live their lives. And now we'll build the economy for the 21st century. I truly believe that 50 years from now, when historians look back on this moment, they're going to say this was the beginning of the moment when America won the competition for the 21st century. I think that's what we're going to see happen, God willing. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what's your level of concern that the new variant will end up exacerbating the very issues on supply chains your team has been working on the last several months?
Well, look, you know me, I'm an optimist. What we have seen so far does not guarantee that's the outcome. As a matter of fact, we're going to know in the next several weeks that just not only how transmissible the disease is, but how extensive it is, how dangerous it is, and what damage it does, and most importantly, whether the vaccines we have are capable of dealing with this virus, particularly if the boosters we're trying to get everyone to get. So I think the jury's still out. I think it's a little early to make that judgment. But am I concerned? Of course I am, until we get the final answers. I'll take a couple more questions. Yes.
Mr. President, what is your reaction? The Supreme Court heard the abortion case today, and the justices signaled that they are on the verge of major changes to abortion law in the United States. Do you have any plans to try to codify the law? What is your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, I haven't. I didn't see any of the debate today, or the presentation today. And I support Roe v. Wade. I think it's a rational position to take, and I continue to support it.
Mr. President, thank you so much. There are a number of presidents, from Jimmy Carter to Richard Nixon, who really tried to impact inflation and supply chains and weren't able to largely do that. How confident are you that you have the tools and the power to do something about supply chains and help Americans find some relief?
Because of what I've seen so far based on what we've done. This is the first time I've seen where labor and business is so ready to cooperate, because they didn't go through a period of over 2 years almost, of the impacts of a terrible virus that has caused real damage to the world economy. So I think people are in a different state of mind than they may have been during the Carter years as well as the Nixon years. It's just a different world.
Mr. President, quick question on testing requirements.
Mark Meadows has written a book revealing that President Trump tested positive for COVID 2 days before your first debate. Do you think the former president put you at risk?
I don't think about the former president.
Mr.
Thank
President,
you.
whatever happened to your promise to shut down
Were you aware that he tested positive?
Sir, what testing requirements are you going to implement?
stupid idiot. Tell me how you really think. So we just watched 10 minutes of nonsense with Joseph Biden. You know? Dummy. That's the only thing I can say. Dummy. You know what I'm saying? Do you think President Trump, but he tested positive 3 days before, there's probably something else going on there. And were they in person? Or was it a virtual one? Because did Joe Biden leave his basement at all for any of these debates? Wouldn't that be funny if they're like, that was a virtual debate, so it doesn't matter? Did he put me at risk during a virtual debate? I don't know. It probably wasn't, but they're stupid. The whole political thing. Someone said, did he just walk off? Yeah, so what they try to do now is they try to cut the live feed so you can't see him walk off. And so they could say, no, he stood there for a few minutes and stretched. But no, yeah, he walked off. You know? Stupider. Someone said, I believe we are all stupider after that speech. Someone said, Steve, appendicitis. Yeah, that would be difficult considering I have no appendix. So, yeah, it's not an appendicitis. I have a stomach bug. It's getting better. It's just annoying, man. I just hate stomach bugs. You know what I'm saying? Also, I did put up our January Patriot boxes. Those are up in the store now. So they work a little bit different. So before everyone goes and just buys them real quick, they're working a little bit different because we have 3 different types of boxes. We have our Patriot box, we have our Back to Blue box, and we have our Little Yeeter box. Little Yeeter is for kids that are aged 2 to 10, you know, and you'll see the sizes there for those clothes. And the Back to Blue box is going to be all, you know, pro-police themed shirts, pro-police themed patches and stuff like that. And we'll work with companies that produce those products as well. And then our Patriot boxes are unapologetically American. What's different in these boxes, I'm going to have books in all of them. Why? Because I think America needs to read more. And 2, I want to read more, so I want to put some more in that. Yeah. So that's what those are for sale now in the store. You can just go to puretruthclothing.com and you will see those. They're going to be on sale until the 14th of this month. On the 15th, I place the order for the quantity, and then I'll ship them out the last week of December. The way I'm doing it now is pretty good. I just found out that the last thing I've been waiting for the December boxes shipped today. Those special cups, so we'll get them. All the boxes are $90. Yep, that includes shipping too. Someone said, is jury selection done? No, I don't believe so. But yeah, your Patriot boxes and the Back to Blue boxes will be completely different. They will not have the same stuff in them, because the Back to Blue box, every single thing that's in there is going to be Back to Blue related, or it's going to be police related. So yeah. Citizen Stringer now, Education America. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's just good authors. There's good authors that, you know, patriotic authors and police officers that write books, and I think more people just need to read and figure it out. Ooh. But I got a new laptop, so it's running all the updates and stuff that I had to. That's the only downside of living way out in the boonies, is there's nothing anywhere near us. So I had to order the most expensive laptop from Walmart, which wasn't really that expensive. But it's cool because it's touchscreen too. So, which is kind of what I wanted for when I do the green screen stuff. And I can control it. What else is going on? I don't even know. I don't really even know. I don't know what time they're coming back for the jury selection too. Probably should be soon. Probably around 2:00 actually. I don't know, man. I don't really have a lot to say. You know, I've already talked about some of these other stories. I talked about Philadelphia. I talked about the Supreme Court case that was heard this morning. I don't know how long it'll take them to come back with a verdict, or not a verdict, a ruling, I guess it is. I don't know how long that takes. New York opened its first overdose protection center. If you didn't know what that is, it's a safe spot for junkies to go and shoot up. That was New York City. Man. And Sidney Powell is coming under fire. I've seen a couple of people write about it already. She's coming under fire, and they're saying that she's going to be subpoenaed to testify. And then I was looking at all these things and how it just seems, here's the thing. Like, okay, all right. With all this stuff that happened with the election, Lynn Wood, all these people that talked about, Look Ahead America, Matt Brainerd, all these people that are doing this stuff, talking about all the election integrity. Why is it now that all these allegations of financial malfeasance are taking place? It's so weird. And you know what the crazy part is? It's not even the left media that is really pumping up these things. You know what I mean? Like all these allegations of financial misconduct that are coming out, and fundraising where you're not allowed to, or allocating money to, saying you're raising money to challenge elections, but you're really raising money to defend yourself against lawsuits, things like that. It's very odd. And it seems like the people that are actually blowing the whistle on these people are conservatives. But here's the thing. Why didn't you blow the whistle sooner? If you thought that they were not trustworthy people, then why didn't you blow the whistle sooner? That's the thing I don't really understand. You know what I mean? It's very frustrating. I read some big, long article about Sidney Powell earlier, and it was annoying. It was annoying. And I don't even know. I don't have it up anymore. Also, yesterday, 4 people are dead, including a police officer, after officers responded to a domestic disturbance call on Tuesday in Clayton County, south of Metro Atlanta. According to WSB TV, field training officer Henry Laxton was shot, along with 2 other women and the suspected shooter, Clayton County. The training officer, Henry Laxton, was fatally shot, along with 2 women and the suspected shooter. A child and another officer were also shot, Clayton County Police Chief Kevin Roberts said. The child is in critical condition but stable. I believe the child was 13 years old. I know we wrote an article about this. The officer is identified as Alex Chandler. He's the officer that's expected to survive. Police were called on Tuesday night to a domestic disturbance. It was not immediately clear where the shooting had taken place. Police received another call about a child shot at a second location. By the time the officers arrived, they found the child and one of the women in the yard. They said that while they were trying to render aid, someone started firing on the officers from an unknown location. The suspect was exchanged in the fucking... Dude, people are such scumbags, man. Laxton is a third North Georgia police officer killed in the line of duty since November. Since November. 3 police officers in northern Georgia since November. Today's December 1st. That's weird. Why didn't they say, since the beginning of November? Henry County police officer, I don't know how you say his name, Paramhas Desai, was shot as he attempted to make an arrest on November 5th. He died from his injuries days later. Jackson County Deputy Lena Marshall was also shot at a separate call on November 5th when she responded to a domestic incident. She died from her injuries several days later on November 8th. Dozens of Clayton County police officers are currently lining the street near Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta when this article was originally written, which was 8 o'clock this morning. It's very sad, dude. Very sad. So it happens all the time. People don't even do it anymore. Yeah, we're not going to say the mass shooter. I did get an email. We already know who that is. I was talking about it last night. We're not going to publicize his information here. He's a kid. And there's a lot of things that need to be done. There's I have a lot of questions about that mass shooting that took place yesterday, because now a 4th child has died as a result of that shooting, just in case you didn't know. And I just simply don't understand it. I mean, maybe Adam has some maybe Adam knows a little bit about it. Let's switch over to Adam's feed real quick. He has no idea I just did that because I can control the Atlanta studio from here. So I switched over to him real quick just to mess with him. And he doesn't even know because he's not watching the server computer. He's just messing around. He's on the phone with somebody else, but he wasn't watching the actual server. I don't know. It's fun. But yeah, so that mass shooting is it's a sad one. Four kids are dead. I think 6 others are wounded, and a teacher is also wounded. I believe that at least yesterday there were 2 that were in critical condition. I'm unsure if one of the child that died was the child that died today was one of the people that was in critical condition. I'm not sure. Someone said a few weeks ago someone threw a decapitated deer head from the balcony and covered the windows with red paint. Yeah, that was a senior or something like that. A senior. It wasn't the same student. But that wasn't that. These children there had verified fear that there was going to be a shooting at the school. They had a fear that it was going to happen. Did Biden ever mention the mass shooting? You know, I don't think he did. I wonder if he put out a statement. Does anyone know? Because he gave a statement on the Rittenhouse thing really quick, right? Didn't he? Let me see. No. The first one. All right, so let's see. December 1st. Executive order on National Spades Council. Fact sheet. Biden-Harris administration marks World AIDS Day. Background press call by senior administration on World AIDS Day. Remarks by President Biden on the bipartisan infrastructure law. Press gaggle by Secretary Jen Psaki. That was yesterday. Press briefing by COVID team. That was yesterday. This administration has not even put out anything about this mass shooting, which, I mean, it's not really surprising. We're not going to pretend like, right? We're not going to pretend that's surprising. Jen Psaki and Dr. Anthony Fauci. I may have to interrupt. Maybe I'll run a second stream, just like I was previously. Maybe I'll run a second stream today, because I may skip doing a show tonight, to be completely honest. I have no idea. Or maybe I'll do it from my house. I haven't decided yet. Or maybe I'll just do a late one at like 9 o'clock from my house, and I'll whisper downstairs so no one can hear me upstairs or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But yes, so Jen Psaki and Dr. Anthony Fauci, Chi-Com guy, they're going to be holding a joint press briefing here in a little bit. And so I think what we're going to do is we will likely interrupt our, oh my gosh, my stomach hurts. We'll probably interrupt our coverage of the jury selection and cover this because, well, I think it'll be something worth watching. April, if you want to send Adam a message and let him know that's the plan, that's cool. Because I think that's one that we want to watch. Because I don't think Adam is still paying attention. I don't know what he's doing. He's talking on the phone to someone. And you know, it's kind of weird because he's a producer for this show and he's not even listening. So I could literally just be saying anything right now. But oh, wait, no, he is listening. Is everyone? There you go. But yeah, funny stuff. What was I gonna say? I don't even know. Someone said you wouldn't be able to be quiet for a show. Yeah, I can. Holy shit, Ed Myron Butt, do you work for the Clinton administration? I missed the Tonight Live. What's that mean? It feels like going to bed early kind of day. I've been doing live streams every day. You know, every day, multiple times a day. Matter of fact, I did an interview with a gay Marine last night on TikTok. That is on my YouTube page. Yeah. And I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to be like, I just want to, well, he actually said it. He's like, so you look like a big scary guy, remind me of my dad or whatever the hell he said. And I was like, okay, bro. And then he's like, so I just want to get your input on I'm a gay Marine. I wanted to get your input on how you feel about gay people in the military. And I'm like, I could give two shits. Do you care about our country? Like, and I know what he's doing. He's just trying to get people to like go outrageous and be outrageous, and it wasn't going to work. But we actually had, once we got through that, we actually had a good conversation because he's stationed at Camp Pendleton, and we talked about the homelessness. We talked very briefly. He didn't even want to talk about it with the Afghan refugees that are currently at Camp Pendleton, and then we talked about the vaccine mandates and how the Marines there in Camp Pendleton are handling it. And it's quite contrary to what the media is saying. So that's a little video. That's a little video that you can watch on my YouTube page. It's like 7 minutes long. Shout out to Big Mike for screen grabbing that and sending it to me. I really appreciate that because otherwise I wouldn't even have that interview because there's something wrong with it and it doesn't do it. But again, just for anyone who doesn't know, we are doing our January Patriot boxes. Those are for sale now. For the first time ever, we are offering more than one type of Patriot box. In addition to our normal Patriot boxes, we're now offering a Back the Blue theme box along with the little Yeeter boxes designed for kids from 2 to 11 years old. Each box will have several t-shirts and or sweatshirts, Pure Truth coffee samples, hats, patches, stickers, magnets, and a special veteran-owned product and other theme products. Most of these boxes are going to have books in it. These are going to be bigger boxes than what you've been getting because of the stuff I want to put in them. So I already I knew that I was going to be doing this month, so I already ordered bigger boxes. So I have those here. I just don't have any. I don't have like shirts because I don't know how many people are going to order them. But if you order a Patriot box, you're going to have completely different stuff in it than you will if you order a Back to Blue box. So if you want both, buy them both. Free shipping, $90 all, and includes the shipping and all that. And I should have made the price a little bit different for the little Yeeter box. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to change that price to 75. Hold on. I'm going to do it right now while we're live. The little Yeeter box is going to be $75, shipping included, because it doesn't cost me as much to make. Because they're not going to get like jalapeno jerky and stuff like that, but they'll still have the chance to win the gift cards and all that good stuff. There, boom. Oh boy. Let's see what's going on with this trial. Nothing yet. And Jen Psaki isn't live yet. I wonder when Adam could probably hear me. I wonder when he's going to get his microphone set up in there. That's what I'm curious about. But so that way he could do shows, because I know all you guys are like, oh, where's Adam all the time? Someone said rice is the best thing to eat and boiled hamburger. Yeah, last night I skipped dinner because my stomach was just not feeling good. And I know it was weird, right? Because I got in here and I was all happy and excited. And then when I got home at like 10 o'clock, I was tired and hungry and we had no food. But today I had Eggos. Let go my ego, that's what I had for breakfast to try to neutralize whatever was going on in my stomach. And I should have rice, but I just don't like rice. Someone said, gonna send you a box, Steve, as soon as I have an address to do so. My thoughts go back to when you loved Oreos, and I'm gonna give you the best HEB stuff. I don't know what that means, HEB. But the address for anyone who wants to send anything is 121 North Main Street. 121 North Main Street in Woodstock, Virginia. 22664. It's a locked store, so basically if you send a big package, they're just going to have me go pick it up at the post office because we don't open the door for anyone. Oh, by the way, so here's something funny, right? You know how I have power right now? Someone came to my store today and gave me one of these and said, this is like the condition. So you can see it's all like bent in and stuff, and it's all blank, right? And then there's just a phone number that's written on the back that doesn't work. But what they said is, hey, you didn't pay your electric bill. We're coming at 12 o'clock to do it unless you could pay the bill. And I was like, well, I'll call them, but there's no way the bill's unpaid because of the way I actually pay the bills. I do it in such a way that I can't miss them. I keep them out on the desk, categorized by the date that they have to be paid. And then when they are paid, I actually write on them with a big Sharpie. It's the only reason I have a Sharpie in here. I write on them the date that I paid it, how much I paid it, and if there was a balance, I write it right on the front page. I staple it, and boom, it goes in a pile. So I knew immediately that it was paid. So I told him it was paid and said, get the fuck out of my store. And then, and he said, well, we'll be back by 12. And I'm like, okay, bud. So then I called Dominion, the electric company, and after waiting on hold for about 45 minutes, they finally came to, and they're like, yeah, we show your account's fully paid, and we're not sure. Maybe it was a scam. And I'm like, it was weird. So I instantly thought feds. That's instantly, because they said no, it wasn't anybody from them. But the guy was wearing a Dominion vest, and he had the little Dominion card, and he was like peering in the front of the store. And that's why, like, I walked up to the store pretty to the front door, because I heard something and I saw like a shadow. Because if someone's right in the doorway, even though the door's locked and all that stuff, I can see them on the shadow of the door jamb right here. I can't see the door. I can with the cameras, but if I'm just going off shadow, couldn't see it. But I saw the shadow, so I was like, what the hell? And got all like, ready to go. And then I see a guy, he's wearing a yellow vest, like peering in the store. I'm like, what is going on? What are you doing? Between that and the random vehicles parked in front of my street, or parked in front of my house. Yeah, we had that too 2 days ago. At some point overnight, someone parked their car right in front of my house. Now, this is the weird thing: is there's nothing. It's my house, and then like a preserve and a creek, and that's it. There's no reason for a car to be parked there. In fact, we've lived here for 4 months. Never has there been a car parked on the road. Creeped me out. I'll be quite honest. I did do some Rambo shit, walked all the way down through the woods, armed to the teeth, thinking someone was trying to be creepy. And then yesterday, I'm like, okay, this car is still there. I don't understand why, but the car is still there. So I called the police, and the police. And here's the good thing about my town. All right. So I expressed to them it's a non-emergency. It's non-emergency. Well, my address is flagged because as soon as I was publicly doxxed, I went in, filed a police report, and I said, listen, if you guys ever get reports of gunfire at my house, it's because I bodied someone. All right. I'm full disclosure. And I filed a police report to make sure that I don't get swatted at that house. Same thing I did with this one. So if they called and said, someone said something stupid, they would actually go. They have my live feed, and they'll go to make sure I'm live. And if I am live, and then they'll be able to tell it's just some bullshit. But I called the police yesterday because the car has out-of-state plates. It's a Honda Accord. It's got out-of-state plates. It's not a beat-up car either. So, it's a regular car, like a nice, decent car. Looks clean. Didn't look dirty inside. Yeah, I drove by slow as shit with my big-ass truck and was checking out inside the car. Because I'm like, what if there's a body in it or something like that? You know what I mean? Because it's just such a random place. And, yes, I don't know what's going on. My MacBook is done. It just completely up and dies. I've got weird people coming to the office saying that they're going to disconnect utilities, except they don't work for the utility company. And I've got cars parked in front of my house that apparently nobody does. So I called the police yesterday, and they came quick. Even though I said it was a non-emergency, I think I hung up the phone. I looked out the window, and boom, the cops were on that car, fast as hell. So I got to give it to this town. And I didn't call 911 or anything. I called the police department, direct. I was like, hey, yeah, I live at this address, and there's a car parked in front of it, and I'm not quite sure why, and we'll check it out. Yeah, it's been there for a couple of days. We've noticed it's covered in snow in the morning, so we know it's been there for a couple of days, and it's not moving overnight. And then they're like, all right, well, we'll send someone over. And I put the phone down, I look out, and boom, cops are there. I was like, holy shit, this town rocks. But they must have ran it. It's not stolen, and so they put one of their little tow things. You got 24 hours to get this thing out, and it was still there this morning. It was still there this morning. So we'll have to wait and see. But I'm like, what if that was some thing that just fried my computer? Because where my desk is, it's literally eyesight level to that car. I'm like, what if that is the feds? And they're like, Steve is just too real. So we're going to shut him up by turning off his computer. I don't know what it is. It's kind of funny. I know it's very conspiratorial, but I don't know. This trial's still not back on. And Jen Psaki is not on yet either. And look at my producer not changing the titles on this damn video. I mean, talking about something random here, and he doesn't even change the titles to be like, Steve's rambling, you know? He probably will in just a second. But because I don't think he's hearing it. I think he's talking to someone who hears me talking about it. That's what I think. Yeah, see, like, he's doing something on his vMix. He's trying to figure out his stuff. You guys can't see that, but I can see into the Atlanta studio, because what we want to do is have him do some reporting on our shows and have me do it. He's been the one running this media feed all day long. I just chime in when I want, but he's doing all the stuff in our Atlanta studio. And then what else? Someone said, Steve, you can legally have that car towed from your property. Yeah, I would if it was on our property. It's not. It's on the street, like I said, actually across from the property. Someone said you have snow, Steve. Yeah, it snows. It snowed a little bit yesterday. I mean, it was gone quick as shit, but it snowed a little bit yesterday, and then I think overnight it maybe just a tiny bit. Oh, no. And then it was gone again. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what's going on with it. I don't even know where I was going with that one. Go back to the chat. At this point, anything is possible. A directed energy gun in the trunk? I don't know, man. Someone said, "What? My Wi-Fi name is Surveillance Van Number 4." They just killed the suspect that shot two Del Cobb officers last night. Both officers survived. Oh, really? They are probably wondering what's going on in your store. Had it been vacant for a while, they see action and wonder what's up. No, it hadn't even been vacant for that long, like 6 months, something like that. Or the previous tenants were only in it for like 6 months. But everybody knows, like, I'm literally right by the police station. They're right behind this building. So they're right there. Anyway, here's Jen Psaki. Let's watch this. This should be incredibly entertaining. I hope you guys don't puke while you watch it, but just watch. It's going to be amazing.
Hi, everyone. Okay. On popular demand and request of the press corps, I'm joined today by Dr. Fauci, who will give a brief statement and then answer some questions. He does have a hard out a little bit after 2, so we're going to get to as many questions as we possibly can. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Jen. So, as some of you
My
may have
name is
heard,
Dr.
the
Fauci, and
California
I'm an
and San
idiot.
Francisco
And my
Departments
mic's
of
on.
Public Health
Wonderful.
And the CDC have confirmed that a recent case of COVID-19 among an individual in California was caused by the Omicron variant. Genomic sequencing was conducted at the University of California at San Francisco, and the sequence was confirmed at the CDC as being consistent with the Omicron variant. So I know there are a lot of questions, but here's what we know right now. The individual was a traveler who returned from South Africa on November the 22nd and tested positive on November the 29th. The individual is self-quarantining, and all close contacts have been contacted, and all close contacts thus far have tested negative. The individual was fully vaccinated and experienced mild symptoms, which are improving at this point.
Oh my God, Omicron is here! Ah! Fucking idiot.
Caused by the Omicron variant detected in the United States. And as all of you know, of course, we've been discussing this, we knew that it was just a matter of time before the first case of Omicron would be detected in the United States. And as you know, we know, I've been saying it, and my colleagues on the medical team and others have been saying it, we know what we need to do to protect people. Get vaccinated if you're not already vaccinated. Get boosted if you've been vaccinated for more than 6 months with an mRNA or 2 months with J&J. And all the other things we've been talking about getting your children vaccinated, masking in indoor congregate settings, etc. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna call on people. Go ahead, Dig.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. At this point, should Americans be changing anything they do in their day-to-day lives? Are you changing what you do? Is the president changing what he does?
No, that's a good question and an obvious question. But if you look at the things that we have been recommending, they're just the same. I mean, we want to keep doing that and make sure we pay close attention to that.
And are there other cases that the CDC is investigating as potential Omicron variants in the U.S. right now?
To my knowledge, at this point, no.
What should we take away from the fact that this person's symptoms appear to be mild at this point, and have all the other travelers on the plane also been contacted?
Well, this is what we call in medicine an N=1, which means that you really can't take anything away from a single patient. It is we feel good that this patient not only had mild symptoms, but actually the symptoms appear to be improving. But as we've said, there's a lot of information that is now evolving out of countries like South Africa that have a much larger number of individuals, not only who are confirmed, but individuals who are probables, which means they are going to have a lot of experience, which we will benefit from here as the weeks go by. Some of you have heard me say that in a matter of 2 weeks or 2.5, 3 weeks, we'll know a lot about transmissibility, about whether or not it essentially eludes some of the protection from things like monoclonal antibodies, whether or not the disease itself in general is going to be severe, and what is the difference in an individual who's been vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
There isn't one.
Versus not boosted. We're going to
There
get that
isn't one.
information.
We already know
So,
that. South
again, I
Africa
appreciate your
lady already
question
said
about
it.
One individual.
That's
but we're
one
gonna
piece of
we're gonna
crap.
get a lot more information.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. 2 questions for you. One, you said this person had been fully vaccinated. Had they had a booster shot yet?
To my knowledge, no, Caitlin.
Okay. And under consideration, the CDC is considering having stricter testing requirements to get into the United States, a 24-hour window before taking off, but also is considering having a period of retesting once you get back to the United States. Would that have helped in this case if that was already in place?
You know, I'm not so sure because this person, I mean, did what we hope other people would do. They got off, and as soon as they became symptomatic, they went and got tested, and it was positive.
And so when do you think those new requirements when it comes to travelers are actually going to be implemented, given clearly this is something that is already affecting the United States?
Well, that's obvious, all things that are being considered and under discussion, Caitlin. I don't think I can make any real statement about when and if that's going to happen.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, in addition to any new testing requirements, what about new requirements for self-quarantining for travelers returning to the U.S., which in this case might have made a difference if he was quarantining for 7 to 14 days?
Right. You know, the recommendation is that the individual would self-quarantine if they are not vaccinated and would also get tested within a period of 3 days. That's a recommendation right now.
And can you help us understand why the travel ban is effective right now for those particular 8 countries, especially when Omicron's been detected in other countries, including right here in the U.S.?
Well, if you go back and look at when we first found out about these cases that were emerging in South Africa, no one feels
Joe Biden is
that a
xenophobic.
travel ban is going to
Pass it on.
people who are infected from coming to the United States. But we needed to buy some time to be able to prepare, understand what's going on, what is the nature of this infection, what is the nature of the transmissibility, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't all of a sudden say, it's like anything else, don't worry about it, and then all of a sudden something unfolds in front of you that you're really not prepared for. So we look at this as a temporary measure.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, do you support a vaccine requirement for domestic flights? The president was asked about this earlier this week and said that had not yet been recommended to him. You're his chief medical advisor. Do you think that's something the country should adopt?
You know, I'm not so sure we should say that would be a requirement. I would say what I've been saying all along, that we have 60 million people in this country who are not vaccinated, who are eligible to be vaccinated. Let's get them vaccinated. Let's get the people who are vaccinated boosted.
No.
Let's get the children vaccinated. That's where we want to go, as opposed to a requirement.
Wouldn't some people say that, you have extinguished many of your options to, get those people vaccinated, and this is one of the ways, as the OSHA mandate is held up in court, this would maybe be a way to push more people to get vaccinated?
That's a possibility, but I think for the people who are listening to this, we again talk about why it's important to get vaccinated. I think what's happening now is another example of why it's important for people to get vaccinated.
Send super chats now. Maybe Fauci will cry.
Boosting is really very important because the data that we get on boosting, if you look at the level, for example, of an antibody, a neutralizing antibody, peak following the second dose of a 2-dose mRNA, it's like at this level. If you look at the peak following the third shot boost, it goes way up here. And people ask, why is that important? Because our experience with variants, such as the Delta variant, is that even though the vaccine isn't specifically targeted to the Delta variant, when you get a high enough level of an immune response, you get spillover protection even against a variant that the vaccine wasn't specifically directed at. And that's the reason why we feel, even though we don't have a lot of data on it, there's every reason to believe that that kind of increase that you get with the boost would be helpful, at least in preventing severe disease of a variant like Omicron.
Dr. Fauci, as you know, a lot of Americans right now are shopping for the best sort of booster or whatever they can get. And given the fact that manufacturers and scientists are racing to learn more about this variant and then to modify a vaccine that will more directly combat it right now, first, for those who already received their boost, how long would it be for them before conceivably they could have a new modified booster that will more directly target this? And is there any reason those individuals should wait, given the White House has said it'll be a couple of months perhaps before we have a more modified vaccine that more directly targets it?
Great question, because we get asked it a lot and it's a relevant question. So right now, I would not be waiting. People say, well, if we're going to have a booster-specific vaccine, should we wait? If you are eligible, namely 6 months with a double mRNA dose or 2 months with the J&J, get boosted now. We may not need a variant-specific boost. We're preparing for the possibility that we need a variant-specific boost. And that's what the companies are doing. The administration has been in contact with the pharmaceutical companies to go ahead and take the steps in case we need it. But the mistake people would make is to say, let me wait and see if we get one. If you're eligible for boosting, get boosted right now.
Sabrina.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Follow up to Tyler's question, because there is screening in place for international travel, but we've seen how quickly variants can spread once they reach our shores. Does the science not suggest that there should at a minimum be a testing requirement for domestic air travel? And if not, why not?
Well, again, these kinds of things we always talk about and consider, but right now, I'm not so sure we need a testing for an air travel in this country. I always get back to the fact is that people should wind up getting vaccinated and boosted if they're eligible for a boost. I keep coming back to that because that's really the solution to this problem.
Jenny.
Two quick ones. Moderna executives have said in the past couple of days that this variant appears threatening and may demand new vaccines. What do you make of those remarks that seem a lot more alarmist than the administration's view or other vaccine makers?
Well, I know that we don't have enough information right now. As you know, and we've said this, that the profile of the molecular profile of the kinds of mutations that you see would suggest, A, that it might be more transmissible, and that it might elude some of the protection of vaccines. But we don't know that now. We don't know what the constellation of mutations are actually going to be. We have to be prepared that there's going to be a diminution in protection, which is the reason why I keep getting back over and over again and say why it's so important to get boosted. But I think any declaration of what will or will not happen with this variant, it is too early to say. And I think we need to be careful, because I know you're going to be reading a lot of tweets and a lot of comments about this. We're really very early in the process.
Say though this proves more transmissible but less virulent than Delta. Would there be any public health benefit to furthering its spread by lifting travel restrictions, for example, so it can outcompete the Delta variant?
You're talking about something really dangerous. You're talking about let a lot of people get infected to see if in fact you could protect them. That's something that I think almost all infectious disease people with any knowledge about infectious disease would not say that's a good idea.
Dr. Fauci, we are firmly in the holiday season, and a lot of Americans are wondering whether it's safe, even if they've been vaccinated, to go to a cocktail party without a mask, with a glass of eggnog in their hand. What's your advice to them?
Well, the advice is what I follow myself and what I tell people to do, is that get vaccinated. I'm going to get to your question. I'm not eluding it. Get vaccinated, number one. If you're eligible for a boost, get boosted. And in a situation with the holiday season, indoor type settings with family that you know is vaccinated, people that you know, you could feel safe with not wearing a mask and having a dinner, having a reception. But when you are in a public congregate setting in which you do not know the status of the vaccination of the people involved, it is very prudent to wear a mask, and that's what I do.
Despite the eggnog?
Thank you.
Well, obviously, I mean, unless you have a special kind of mask that I don't know about, the fact is, sure, when you're eating and when you're drinking, take the mask down, but to the extent possible, keep it on when you're in an indoor congregate setting.
Dr. Fauci, as you advised the president about the possibility of new testing requirements for people coming into this country, does that include everybody?
The answer is yes, because you know that the new regulation, if you want to call it that, is that anybody and everybody who's coming into the country needs to get a test within 24 hours of getting on the plane to come here.
Well, what about people who don't take a plane and just these border crossers coming in huge numbers?
But that's a different issue. For example, when you talk, we still have Title 42 with regard to protection at the border. So there are protections at the border that you don't have the capability, as you know, of somebody getting on a plane, getting checked, looking at a passport. We don't have that there, but we can get some degree of mitigation.
Is there something to do to test these people somewhere else?
There is testing at the border under certain circumstances, as you know.
Michael.
Doctor, two questions. First, for folks in California, I know this is only one case, but what's your message to them should they be particularly concerned? And secondly, with your emphasis on boosters, why not make a determination that it's in the interest of public health for the definition of fully vaccinated to include that additional dose?
Okay, so for the people in California, we've been in contact with the public health officials in California. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to say, but I'm pretty sure they're going to say just do all of the mitigation, all of the things that we have been talking about up to now. For those who've not been doing that, start doing that. For those who have been, continue doing that.
In terms of making a determination that fully vaccinated?
Again, there's the official determination of what something is for a variety of reasons. For example, employment and getting vaccinated, what is the definition? That will stay that way. For optimal protection, I'm talking about what your personal effort to be optimally protected. That's why I say we should all get boosters.
What about in terms of the mandate idea? You have a vaccine mandate.
Right.
At what point does the booster become part of the mandate?
Yeah, I can't answer that right now, but I know that for the time being, the official definition of fully vaccinated is 2.
But do you see that changing? We keep having these variants. We're concerned about them.
It could change. It could change. It could change, yes.
Change?
Well, I don't know. Let's see what rolls out now. I mean, I know if I say it's going to change, it's going to get spread out. That's it. We don't know right now whether it should change, but it might.
Question on quarantining for international visitors. Do you think international visitors, when they arrive in the issue, quarantine for 7 days, regardless of vaccination status?
Well, there are certain requirements for people who are, you're talking about foreign visitors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Forward. Should
Yeah,
this be a new
obviously,
requirement?
if they are, they have to get tested within 24 hours. And when they come back, if they're not vaccinated, they have to be in quarantine. They're recommended for quarantine and recommended to get a test within 3 days.
They are vaccinated,
Yes.
I'm sorry. If they are vaccinated, should they quarantine?
Well, again, we're going to get confused here. You're talking about United States citizens, or you're talking about anybody that comes into the country from anywhere? I'm not sure what that's going to be. I think we'll have to just check with the CDC.
Karen.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jen. Dr. Fauci, there are reports that in a new book, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, says that the then president, tested positive for COVID 3 days before the debate with President Biden. Were you aware of that positive test at the time? And do you think, given what Meadows says, that he put then candidate Biden at risk at that debate?
Well, I certainly was not aware of his test positivity or negativity.
And do you think he put President Biden?
I'm not going to specifically talk about who put who at risk, but I would say, as I've said, not only for an individual, but for everybody, that if you test positive, you should be quarantining yourself.
Dr. Fauci, just to follow on that quickly, if I may. President Trump's doctor, who you worked with at the time, Dr. Sean Conley, was aware of that, according to Mark Meadows, who you also worked with during that time. And yet, former President Trump continued to go out in public events. Based on your medical advice, is that something that you would have recommended if he had tested positive?
Well, I would recommend to anyone, whether it's the president or any of my patients or any of the people that I deal with, that if you test positive, you should be prudent and quarantine yourself.
Christian.
Dr. Fauci.
Christian.
Dr. Fauci, with all due respect, there's 0 case of COVID, of Omicron case in Zimbabwe, in Namibia, in Lesotho, in Mozambique. What justify imposing a travel ban on countries that have 0 case of the Omicron variant?
You know, that's a very good question, an important question, and we did struggle with that, but we wanted to see if we could bide time temporarily. So I do hope that this gets sorted out and lifted before it has any significant impact on your country.
Go ahead. I think we have to keep going so we can get more people.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Last week, the governor of New York signed an executive order to postpone elective hospital surgeries to prepare for the Omicron variant. I know that you and your team are being proactive as we try to learn more about this, but do you believe that some states might be going too far too quickly before we know too much?
You know, I really don't want to comment on situation in individual states because there are so many factors from state to state that are different. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment whether a state should or should not postpone elective surgeries.
And then the president said that we will defeat this variant of the coronavirus, not with lockdowns or shutdowns, but based off of, the tools that we have now. Is there anything that we are, taking into this new variant experience based off of some of the adverse effects of some of those lockdowns? I mean, we just passed, I think, 100,000 overdose deaths for the first time ever.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we always discuss things that we might do to better our preparation, better our response. That's something we discuss every single day. But right now, what I've always said, and I'll continue to say, let's utilize and implement the tools that we have, because if we had done that, if we had the overwhelming majority of people in this country vaccinated, and those who needed to be boosted, our vulnerability would be much less than it is right now.
Brian, last one, then we gotta let him go.
Dr. Fauci, what do you see as an end game? In the 1918 flu pandemic, it eventually evolved till it was less lethal. But there are those who are saying that we're never going to get that far with this virus because we need more people vaccinated. What do you see as the end game?
I mean, the end game, which we hope and I think will occur, is that as we get more people vaccinated, not only in this country, but globally, we will see a situation where viruses will not have the opportunity, what they have right now, is to essentially freely distribute and freely circulate in society, both domestic society and global society. The more protection you get with vaccines, the less likelihood a virus has to do that, the less likelihood a virus has to mutate, the less likely you're going to get a variant. So one of the things that we need to do about our long end game is to do the things we've been saying every single day, not only for ourselves, but internationally. And we have done a lot and will continue to do a lot to get lower middle income countries vaccinated. Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt that this will end. I promise you that. This will end.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Sir, we have to let Dr. Fauci go. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Not additional details, but they're going to be doing a press conference in California where they may have additional details to share. I know we have a bit of a crowded day today, so we'll get to as many people as possible, and we'll let people know when they need to gather. So just a couple of light things a couple of few things at the top. I'm sure everyone saw the red ribbon on the North Portico marking World AIDS Day, honoring the 36 million people, including 700,000 Americans who've lost their lives due to HIV/AIDS. Earlier today, we released an updated national strategy for ending the HIV epidemic in the United States by 2030. This is a national plan to re-energize a whole-of-society response to the epidemic while reducing the terrible toll of this disease and supporting those living with HIV. The President remains deeply committed to ensuring that those with HIV are treated with equity and dignity, and I know he'll have more to say soon. I also wanted to note a little bit of supply chain news. We announced in October the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach worked with our administration and our port envoy, John Procari, and announced a plan to cut down the number of days containers sit on the docks by charging ocean carriers a fee that escalates the longer a container sits on the dock. The good news is the result of the fee announcement alone, which hasn't even been implemented yet, has been pretty remarkable. The average time a container sits on the dock is on track to be back down to where it was when the President took office in January, and lower than it was in November of last year. This means we're getting goods faster to delivery trucks, faster to shelves, faster, of course, to people's homes. The fee has not even been implemented yet, so it is the fear of the fee, I suppose, that has prompted these steps. Also, just wanted to note the Vice President is convening the Biden-Harris administration's inaugural Space Council meeting today. She will be announcing 5 new members of the council, including the Secretaries of Education, Labor, Agriculture, and the Interior, as well as the Climate Advisor, and will also be announcing the release of the Space Priorities Framework. With that, Zeke, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen, and first off, happy birthday.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. 25 feels really good, guys, as you all know, so I appreciate it.
On the topic of COVID, can you tell us when the last time the President was tested for the virus, and if there's been any change to the protocol surrounding his testing? And then just a request on behalf of all of us for some more regular updates on how frequently the President is tested and the outcome of those tests.
Absolutely. The President was tested on Monday. His test was negative. We can venture to provide you regular updates on that. Nothing has changed on the protocols.
Thanks. Secretary of State Blinken earlier today said that the U.S. was willing to impose new sanctions on Russia that it hasn't been willing to impose before, if it were to invade more of Ukraine. What are those additional sanctions that the U.S. is considering, and sort of have there been other messages that you've been communicating to Moscow to prevent that action from happening?
Well, Secretary Blinken made those comments. He's in Europe now, meeting with European counterparts and our NATO partners and allies. He noted in his remarks, he detailed his concerns and conveyed that the United States, as you noted, Zeke, has been engaging intensely on this issue with our allies and partners, including, of course, on this trip. We've also been in touch directly with the Ukrainians as well as the Russians. In terms of what the tools would be, we have demonstrated from the beginning of this administration that we are willing to use a number of tools, economic tools, and other tools to address harmful Russian actions. The Secretary made clear today that we would not hesitate for making use of those tools, but we're going to do that in coordination and close coordination with our partners and allies. So I don't have anything else to preview for you today.
The President said he hadn't seen the Supreme Court arguments today in the abortion case.
One who thought it would be wise to place an order in.
Given that a majority of justices seem inclined to let that Mississippi law stay in place, what steps is the White House taking to act in case that law stays in place and if Roe itself is overturned?
Sure. Well, I would note, as I think many of you have experienced, the president has had quite a busy schedule today, and of course, he will be updated and briefed by his team on those arguments. I know we were all impressed by the strong argument in defense for the protection of Roe v. Wade and the woman's right to choose made by the Solicitor General during the hearings this morning. I would note that the president believes, since you gave me the opportunity, that the Mississippi law blatantly violates women's constitutional rights to safe and legal abortions. This case presents a grave threat to women's fundamental rights, to all of our rights as protected under Roe v. Wade for nearly half a century. Every woman, every American deserves access to health care, including reproductive health care, and the president is deeply committed to the constitutional right. As we've outlined before, and as he's mentioned before, he's committed to working with Congress to codify the constitutional right to safe and legal abortion as protected by Roe and subsequent Supreme Court precedent. He's announced his strong support for passage of the Women's Health Protection Act and urges Congress to pass it. So we will continue to advocate for that. Zeke, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Quick question on, and a follow-up on what Dr. Fauci said. He said, especially the African countries where the variant has been found.
Twinkle, twinkle, assholes.
The restrictions hopefully should come off. At the same time, there are all these other countries, the United Kingdom, Netherlands, Italy, Germany, where the variant has been found. Is the administration actually planning to go ahead to include these countries in its travel restrictions, or is the idea to sort of pause, wait for more data, and then sort of wait and see what the next step is?
Well, Anita, the president is briefed every day by his COVID team, and will continue to assess, based on their recommendations, any additional steps that need to be taken. As Dr. Fauci noted, there's a lot we don't know. So putting in place these travel restrictions was intended to give us more time to do the necessary evaluation, data, and testing required that our health experts are working around the clock to do. And they made this assessment and recommendation about the countries in this where we would put in place these travel restrictions in order to give us that time. Whether additional countries would be added, we will continue to assess. And obviously, our objective is to not have any of these be permanent. We want to learn more information, know more information, but the president is always going to err on the side of protecting the American people.
And just a quick follow-up on that. So the couple of countries where there haven't been any cases found, are you quickly moving forward with the decision on whether you want to lift the travel ban?
Again, we're going to continue to assess what steps need to be taken to protect the American people. This was not a political decision. It was based on the advice, recommendations of the health and medical team. The president accepted that advice. He put in place those restrictions, and he's always going to err on the side of protecting the American people. But of course, as we learn more information, we're going to continue to assess what additional steps should be taken. Go ahead.
Sorry, a quick one follow-up, Jen, on gasoline prices.
Yeah.
We've sort of been looking at retail and wholesale gasoline prices for a while now, and a Reuters analysis shows that the price gap has gone up to $1.40. This is despite the president's calls to companies to reduce that gap. They're clearly not paying attention, and we're wondering what more the White House can actually do to get them to comply with what the White House is asking.
Well, you're right. The price at the pump usually moves alongside the price of refined gas. But recently, as you noted, there's been a split where the price of refined gas is going down, but prices at the pump are going up. That's exactly why the president sent the letter to the FTC last week, because that's not what we should see as the trend. There shouldn't be price gouging across the country. You shouldn't have oil CEOs bragging out there about the profits that they benefit from when prices are high at the gas pump. The FTC, as you know, is an independent agency that has the discretion and the tools to look into whether anti-consumer conduct is occurring in the market. So I'd certainly point you to them, but we'll continue to raise this issue. The president sent a letter last week, as you know, asking them to look into this.
Long-term solution, right, Jen? Anything immediate?
Well, again, the FTC, as an independent agency, I'd point you to them. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Has the president been briefed on this first case of the Omicron variant, and who briefed him?
He has been briefed. Again, he meets with his medical team every day.
But was he briefed this afternoon or this morning on the first case?
Well, he has a regular briefing with his, I'm not sure if it was this morning or afternoon, he'll receive more detail, but he is aware and has received the initial information on the first case.
Thank you. And Secretary Blinken's comments today about Russia preparing essentially to invade Ukraine, that they don't know if Putin has made the decision to do so. Does President Biden have plans to speak with President Putin in the coming days?
I don't have any calls or engagements between them to preview. I would say we are in touch with Russian officials at a range of levels. We have been clear about our concerns about their bellicose rhetoric, as well as the reported troop buildup at the border, and that message has been sent clearly. Also, it's very public that we've been in touch and engaging with our European partners and allies about what steps we would take should they choose to make that move forward. Go ahead.
On the issue of quarantines, Dr. Fauci, you touched on this a bit, noting that they are still a recommendation for some. But can you explain further why they aren't being mandated or why that isn't up for consideration?
We base decisions on the recommendations of our health and medical advisors. Obviously, there are recommendations that have been made, as you saw the CDC statement last night, recommendations versus requirements. Sometimes the challenge is implementation and how you would implement things, but we're going to continue to rely on them for advice and make decisions about what policies should be announced. Can I note one thing? Because the President is obviously speaking tomorrow to outline his winter plan. You've seen some reported components that you may hear about more tomorrow, but I would also note for all of you as you're thinking about what to expect, as some of you have asked, that really this is also about not just requirements and restrictions, many of which we've announced, some we've announced and we wanted to act quickly on, but also about how to make vaccines and boosters more readily available and build on the plan we have already put in place. And as you heard Dr. Fauci say many, many times, even just standing here, that is a key part of our plan, and you will hear him talk about that tomorrow. So that's a piece you can expect.
And on the issue of government funding, you mentioned that the administration, of course, is in contact with leaders from both parties in Congress, but just right now, are you confident that we are not going to see a shutdown at the end of this week?
That's what we are working towards. Obviously, it requires Congress to prevent that from happening, but we have every confidence they will move forward and prevent the government from shutting down.
One more. Has the president reached out yet to the families of the students that were killed in yesterday's school shooting?
I don't have any calls to read out at this point in time. I will check and see if there's any updates on that for you. We have been in touch with state and local authorities, offering our assistance, of course, our condolences. As you saw the president say yesterday, our heart goes out to this community and these families. And, as a parent myself, I think you watch this news and this coverage, and it really just sticks with you. So go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Was President Biden made aware that in the days before the debate with former President Trump, that Trump tested positive? Did anybody relay that message to him?
We're not aware of the reports that were out this morning in advance, no.
Anything to add about what he is thinking now that he knows that, Trump had tested positive and they were in such close quarters just a few days after?
Well, I think for people who are watching at home, obviously this debate occurred more than a year ago, and as you know, the president is very healthy. As you saw, they are released. Families, reportedly, many of you covered, so you could confirm that, and did that without disclosing. And these supporters of this of the former president are advocating for shutting the federal government down, so that 20% of the public who are refusing to get vaccinated or tested can be free to infect their coworkers, our children, filling hospitals. That is what they are advocating for. They want to shut the government down in order to advocate for people to assert that on society. So I don't think that should be lost on us as we're looking at these reports this morning either.
And then a question on the messaging around vaccines and boosters. Shut up! It was, get the vaccine for protection, and people interpret it as protection from catching COVID. But given the number of breakthrough cases we are seeing, is the message evolving to get the vaccine and booster so you don't die or so you don't get really sick? Because you probably catch it. I'm trying to understand how we should be thinking about the vaccine and boosters now, given how many breakthrough cases there are.
Well, Leisha, I think this has been the case for several months now, that the messaging from our health and medical experts, and therefore as a result from all of us, has been that the vaccines and, of course, the boosters can have an enormous impact on protecting you from serious illness and death. that there will be breakthrough cases. But I can tell you myself that there is a big difference from getting COVID and having a mild case and being in the hospital and on a ventilator or infecting people in your community. So that has been our message for several months now to people across the country. There will be breakthrough cases, but certainly preventing hospitalization and preventing death is a significant value of these vaccines and the subsequent boosters that are now available across the public. Yeah, go ahead.
World AIDS Day. Ahead of today, the British government announced they would begin to allow people who have tested positive for HIV to join the armed forces if they no longer have detectable cases. Is President Biden considering revising the ban on HIV positive people or lifting it?
I would really point you to the Department of Defense. I'm happy to see if there's anything new from them on that front. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Jen. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
The president talks
You
about...
better ask me a really hard question now, otherwise conspiracy theories out there.
This is a certified hood classic.
So, President Biden talks about how respecting the rule of law is one of America's most cherished values. Does that mean that he's going to stop pushing for these vaccine mandates for workers now that federal courts are saying that they don't know if they're legal?
Well, let's just clarify exactly what we're talking about here. There are vaccine requirements that, and testing, a lot of companies do requirement to be vaccinated or tested that companies across the country have been putting in place for months. Recent polling by USA Today and other outlets have suggested that 60% of businesses are moving forward on putting these requirements in place. You know why? Because it makes sure they have a healthier workplace. It makes people feel more confident in going back to work, something that a lot of employers, as they're trying to hire, have had issues with, and that they're moving forward in putting in place additional requirements or additional steps to protect their workforce. That's absolutely their right to do. There are court cases right now, something that the Department of Justice is fighting, and we are confident in our ability, given it's based on a 50-year law, are these OSHA requirements, and the implementation date is in early January. But what should be clear to people out there is that private sector companies, many of whom are just putting in place steps to protect their workforces, have every right to do that. That helps their workforce, that helps the economy, and that's something we certainly support and advocate for people doing.
Okay, to the questions from earlier about messaging, what ever happened to President Biden's promise to shut down the virus?
We're working on it, Peter.
There's another variant here. Is the idea that you want people now to kind of wrap their heads around that the president, instead of shutting down the virus, is going to try to help people live amidst the virus and go about their lives, but COVID is going to be here?
Well, Peter, what's very important for people to understand, and all of you are communicating to the public about what steps they can take to go back to normal or go back to normal life, something everybody wants to do. We're all sick and tired of this virus. But we need approximately 20% of the population, or more people than are currently vaccinated, to go get vaccinated and go get boosted. What we can do as the federal government is make those vaccines free, make the boosters free, make them available. The president will talk more about what we're going to do tomorrow, but we need the American people to do more who are not vaccinated to help us continue to fight the virus.
Last one, a lot of talk about the first Trump-Biden debate today, but at the second one, in 2020, when roughly 220,000 Americans had already died of COVID, Joe Biden said about Trump, anyone who is responsible for that many deaths should not remain as president of the United States of America. Is that still the standard now that more Americans have died under President Biden than President Trump?
Well, I think the fundamental question here is, what are you doing to save lives and protect people? And the former president was suggesting people inject bleach. He apparently, reportedly, didn't even share with people he was going to interact with that he had tested positive for COVID himself. He continued to provide a forum for misinformation, which probably led to people not taking steps forward to protect themselves, to wear masks, to eventually get vaccinated. This president has made the vaccine widely available. He's relied on the advice of his health and medical experts, and he is trying to be a part of solving this crisis, getting the pandemic under control. And I think there's a pretty stark difference between their approaches. Go ahead.
Jen, some Democrats have been pushing the president to suspend the federal gas tax as a way to show concern about inflation right now. Would President Biden support or consider a suspension of the federal gas tax?
I'm not aware of that being under consideration. Go ahead.
Thank you. You just said that one of the reasons to get vaxxed and boosted is not only to protect yourself against serious illness and death, but also to protect to prevent infecting people in your community. Are you saying that people who are vaccinated cannot pass the virus on to people in their community?
I wasn't suggesting that, but I think there's no question that people who are unvaccinated will more easily get the virus than people who are vaccinated. We know that from data.
Actually, you don't know that. Whoa, hold on. Listen, Miss fake-ass 25-year-old bullshitter. I've had just about enough of this shit. I've been waiting to play this song until she was done, but I'm not going to wait no more.
Mount, fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave.
She's a liar. I hate liars. Shit, now I just played the song again in my ears.
Committed to ruling out any tax cuts for people making more than $400,000 a year.
His bar continues to be he's not raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. There are ongoing negotiations, as you know, about the SALT deduction, not something the president proposed, but something leaders have conveyed at different times. There's obviously support for, and we obviously want to get this legislation moving forward. We expect the final legislation will address some of the most unfair results of the 2017 tax law SALT provision, particularly its impact on middle-class taxpayers and the uncertainty it caused. And the president expects it to be fully paid for. But again, his bar has not changed. We, of course, want to cut taxes for people, middle-class families across the...
Make over $400,000?
Again, this is not a proposal that the president proposed himself, but it is something, as you know, that there is support for, different versions of it in Congress. It's currently being negotiated. Our objective is not raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year and cutting costs.
But can you explain why a tax cut for someone making more than $400,000 is still somehow commensurate with his values of protecting middle-class people? It just doesn't make any sense. Why would he
How does it not make sense?
A tax cut for someone making more than $400,000?
Is that raising taxes on somebody making less than $400,000?
No, so that's all you're promised. Just no tax hikes for somebody under $400,000. Tax cuts for people over that. That's possible.
I think the totality of the bill, which is the most important piece here, is cutting costs for the American people. For childcare, for elder care, for health care, putting in place a historic universal pre-K program. That's exactly why the president proposed and is supporting this bill. He also knows we have small margins in Congress, so there are some components. He didn't propose the SALT deduction. It's being discussed right now and negotiated. We'll see what the final outcome and package looks like.
Jen, she's being asked to gather for the president, so
Okay.
I don't know if you can stick around for a little bit longer.
Sure, I can, and the pool will just depart. Nothing's wrong, everything's good. Okay, Michael, go ahead.
In terms of, on Monday you gave an update in terms of members of the COVID response team being in touch with state and local public health officials, epidemiologists. Do you have an update on those communications? And also, does the president plan to speak with anyone in California now that this case has been identified?
Well, we have been in constant contact with local and public health officials from our health and medical team. So that was not a one-time deal. It's been continuous, and that's how we are going to continue to track and trace any cases that come up and make sure that that information is provided publicly to all of you. And that typically happens with public health, our medical experts and health officials. I don't have any calls with the president to public health officials to predict for you.
Nope.
Go ahead in the middle.
Yes, Jen.
Go ahead in the pink sweater.
Nope.
President Biden indicated on Monday that expanding testing would also be part of the winter plan for COVID. Can you go into any more detail as to what that will look like?
Nope.
He'll certainly have more to say about this tomorrow. I would note that one of the questions a couple of people asked the other day, and I didn't understand in the right way, so let me just use this moment to clarify, is about sequencing as a part of testing. So, and I just wanted to note that we expect any emergence of Omicron in the United States to be identified quickly, as we are sequencing now almost 80,000 samples per week, more than any other country. And just to give you a point of reference, that's up from approximately 8,000 at the beginning of this year. So we're going to continue to increase testing. That's something we obviously recognize as a key component of fighting the virus, but I don't have anything more to preview at this point in time.
Just one more.
Yeah.
Does the president believe that we lifted travel restrictions too early on Europe and other countries earlier this year? Does he wish that we had held off in terms of lifting those?
I don't think the president looks in the rearview mirror in that regard. We obviously continue to rely on the advice of our health and medical experts. And I would note that where we've put in place restrictions are not those countries. So I'm not sure that totally makes sense. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is the White House discussing the possibility of asking Congress for additional COVID relief funds to deal with the Omicron variant? And is that something the White House right now thinks might be necessary?
Not at this moment do we think so, but we have ongoing conversations with Congress just to make sure we keep the door open to whatever may be needed. And I would just say, Karen, as you know, that as we look and we're trying to we're seeking more information from our health and medical experts as they're doing this testing, and we're assessing what options may be needed. Do we need a tweak to the vaccines or to the boosters? We don't know we need that now, but we are preparing for a range of options, and that includes conversations about Congress. Should we keep the door open? And we are as prepared as possible to respond.
Dollar amounts now that you've been tossing out there until you get more information.
Not at this point that I'm aware of, exactly. Okay, we got to wrap up. Go ahead, one more.
Thank you, Jen. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask about Bangladesh.
Okay. I like
the country is running by authoritarian regime more than a decade, and main opposition and first woman prime minister of Bangladesh now is in a life and death situation. She was in jail, according to State Department report. It's a political ploy to remove her from the political process. So what is your comment to the Bangladesh authority, or what is your observation on this situation that as the former prime minister and main opposition leader is in life and death situation? She's not getting proper treatment, and government is not allowing her to go abroad as the civil society group, political party and her family urge for to go back to shift her abroad for the better treatment. So may I ask a comment on that?
Absolutely. I appreciate your question. I haven't had a chance to talk to our national security team about this issue, so let me do that. And I'd also point you to the State Department, who would be in close touch with authorities there and may have a more detailed comment. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave for World AIDS Day event.
Shut up. Nobody likes you, fake ass 25-year-old. You don't even pass as 25. You pass as like 70 years old. You old. You ever want to just jump through the computer? Yeah, that's what I want to do right now. Anyway, we're going to go back to the trial now. Or not the trial, it's the jury selection. So we're going to go back over to that. I have to leave and go pick up my kids. Adam is going to be in control. I don't see his camera, so I hope he's in the studio so he can monitor this feed when I kick it back over and change the overlays. But I'll do it if I don't see him do it before I have to go. But I will see you here. I don't know if I'm doing a show tonight. Maybe I will, but it may be different. I may just get up and just shoot the shit with you guys for a little bit, because I don't know, just feeling weird today. Feeling like I'd say something I would regret. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're gonna go back to the jury selection in the Kim Potter trial, and I'll probably see you guys tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Bye.
Whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. That plea denies the charges made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson, and other attorneys involved in the case are Attorney General Keith Ellison and Mr. Raul Shah. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Eng, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And would the defendant please stand? Thank you. I have two clerks that are helping me through this trial, Ms. Jessica Bauer and my law clerk, Mr. Zach Kramer. And they're making sure that all administrative matters are taken care of. If any problems arise, if you're chosen as a juror or you need to get me a message, please let my staff know and they'll make sure the message gets to me. Seated in front of me is Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter and she's responsible for keeping an accurate record of the proceedings. That means when you respond to questions, you need to speak loudly and clearly. And if you are asked a question, you have to answer orally with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh or uh-uh. Okay? Okay, before we get started here, let me say a couple of things about logistics. First of all, mask wearing. You must wear your mask at all times while you're in the courtroom and in the courthouse generally. The lawyers are also required to wear their masks unless they're at the podium asking you questions. You may remove your mask only when you're in the witness stand and being questioned individually. Let me give you a broad outline of what lawyers call voir dire, which is basically jury selection. I'll give you an idea of what we're going to be doing first. First of all, I'm going to start out with group questions. And if you have a positive response, I want you to raise your hand. Do not answer verbally at this point, okay? After the group questions are done, all of the jurors will be dismissed and we will do you one by one. So I'll start out on the individual questions by doing some follow-up questions on your answers to the questionnaire, and then the attorneys will each have an opportunity to ask questions of you if they have any. Okay, just a couple of points. We can't always control the temperature in the courtroom, so if you're seated as a juror, you will want to dress in layers so that you can put additional clothes on if it's too cold. Also, I want to warn you that there may be delays during the trial. I want to apologize in advance for any delays that might take place. I'm really cognizant of the time that you're taking out of your ordinary lives to serve as a juror, and therefore I try to deal with all legal matters before court starts and or deal with those matters after you leave for the day. But sometimes things come up that nobody anticipated. So I hope you will understand if there are delays. I would suggest that you bring something to read so that you're occupied should there be any delays. And obviously I'll try to keep those down as much as possible. Please understand that the attorneys and I will make every effort to keep the case proceeding. But there may be matters regarding questions of law that must be handled in chambers or when you're not here. And this is to make sure that only the proper evidence is submitted to you for your consideration in rendering your verdict. Okay, I'm going to give you some rules of law that apply in a criminal case at this point. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American criminal justice system is that the jury determines whether the defendant or the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American juries do. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict under American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure that both the state and the defendant receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer the questions and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning that will take place is a really important part of the process. That's because all of us hold personal opinions, and all of us have had things happen to us. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be fair to both sides in this case, that would prevent you from listening to the evidence and making your decision solely on the evidence presented along with your common sense. Please don't take any offense to the questions that are going to be asked. The purpose is not to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you're not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all of the evidence. And fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in this case and not on anything that is not presented in this case. We want you to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to answer the questions and tell us of anything, even if you're not asked, that might affect your ability to be fair, open-minded, and neutral. Now, some of you who are questioned may be excused. Please don't take any offense to this. I hope you will understand if that happens. At this point, members of the panel, I'd like you to stand up and raise your right hand and face my law clerk while he administers the oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, panel members, I'm going to start with the group questions. And again, just to remind you, don't answer orally, just raise your hand. Does anyone on this panel have any serious concerns for their health because of serving as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, no hands were raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I will instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you are chosen as a juror, I will instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Now, there will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I am going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. You know, it's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look at are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would automatically believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a peace officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. All right, I've introduced to you the attorneys in this case and the defendant. Do any of you know the attorneys or the defendant? No hands are raised. Okay, earlier you were giving a list of possible witnesses. They may not all testify. What I'd like you to do is raise your hand if you know any of the witnesses on the list, and I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay, no hands are raised. Okay, we expect to start opening statements by December 8th. We may start a little earlier, but that's our expectation at this point. And we further expect to be finished with everything by Christmas Eve. That's our best estimate. Don't be concerned if we do not finish by Christmas Eve. I intend to take Christmas Eve and Christmas Eve weekend off, no matter what. And we'll start December 27 if we are not done. So I don't worry about missing Christmas with your family and friends. If you're chosen as a juror, I'll just give you an idea of what the time will be. We'll normally start at 9 o'clock and conclude about 4:30 or 5. There'll be a 20-minute break in the morning, a 20-minute break in the afternoon, and we typically take a lunch break for an hour, about 12:30 to 1:30. Please remember that you must not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor should you discuss this case among yourselves. During the recess, you may see the attorneys or the parties in the hallways. Don't take offense if they don't stop and say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that order could jeopardize the trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict has been rendered. All right. At this point, we're going to start individual voir dire. So I'm going to ask that other than juror number 25, the other jurors may follow the deputy back to the courtroom waiting room. Okay, Ms. 25, can you come up here, please? And you can take the seat right next to me in the jury box or the witness box. And could you please remove your mask? How are you doing today? Okay. This shouldn't take long. A couple of follow-up questions. You said that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. My question to you is, can you base your decision only on the testimony and the evidence in this case and set aside any prior general impressions that you have of the defendant?
Yes.
And as Ms. Potter sits here today, can you give her the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, do you believe our criminal justice system works? You said, I think sentencing and verdict should be unbiased and equal despite race or gender. I'm responsible for sentencing, okay? Will you keep that out of the jury room? Any discussion about that if you're chosen as a juror?
Yes.
Okay. So you won't let that affect your decision as to whether or not you decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty? Right. Okay. It's encouraging to see that you're looking forward to having the experience of serving as a juror.
I feel like I've sort of reflected on it a little bit more since answering, and I I didn't mean to sound naive in my answer previously. I think I've reflected and sort of taken in the weight of the trial a little bit and understand the importance of it. I don't think that I would like to be on the jury, but I will serve if I am asked.
Okay. So, if the parties chose you as a juror in the case, you would be willing to serve?
I would.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that we should know about you that wasn't on the questionnaire that you think might affect your ability to be fair and impartial to both sides?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, now the lawyers have a chance to ask questions.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Miss 25, that's your number.
Yes.
I'm Earl Gray, Pauline, and my client, our client, and Amanda Montgomery is back there. We're representing Ms. Potter. And I'm going to ask you some questions pertaining to the answers you made in your questionnaire. And that was a couple months ago, was it?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Do you have any memory of what you said in here?
Vaguely.
Okay. Starting out, you were asked what information you had from media reports, and you wrote a rather extensive statement. Was that based on what you read and that you saw the video?
Correct.
Okay, how many times did you see the video?
2 or 3.
2 or 3? And you based your description of the incident on the video and what you read, correct?
Correct.
And in what you read, you write, Kimberly Potter fired her gun, shooting Dante Wright. She alleged, and the alleged is underlined, that she tried to fire her taser, but fired her gun by mistake. Why did you have alleged underlined?
I guess I just didn't want to say that was a fact. I know that that's what she alleged. I guess I was just trying to highlight the proper verbiage. I didn't want to say that she did or didn't.
And you saw the video a couple, 3 times?
Yeah.
Did you hear the video? The yelling taser, taser?
I couldn't quite tell what she was saying. It sounded like taser.
I see. In this case, there's a presumption of innocence. And what that means is you must presume that Kim Potter is innocent of this charge. Can you do that?
Yes, I think so.
Well, it's a little bit different than reading the newspaper, watching a video. On that, you jump to the conclusion, well, they got her. She's had it. She's guilty. And that's not what you do in this courtroom. You do the direct opposite. You presume that she's innocent, and that isn't not guilty, that's innocent. Do you understand that you have to do that?
Yes.
And it's a very different thinking than you usually do?
Yes.
Okay. You also find that our client is your somewhat negative impression of her. Could you leave that somewhat negative impression outside the courtroom, and when you come in here, be objective and presume her innocent?
Yes, I think so.
Excuse me?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Well, you are the one that know about yourself, and you should be able to know if you can either presume her innocent and not have a somewhat negative attitude or not. I think so. Can you or can't you?
I can.
Okay, thank you. And I do not believe Dante Wright should have been killed. I don't think she intended to kill him, but she should have realized that she drew her firearm. Can you take that outside the courtroom too and rely on just what you hear in here?
Yes.
Then you got somewhat negative on her, and you're going to presume her innocence. But then when we get to Mr. Wright, you're neutral on him. And you state, I've read stories that he's had several run-ins with the law before. I think the media's view on him is that he is a criminal, which might be true, but he was young and had time to change and get better. Was your attitude that way back then, as far as you were concerned about him?
Yes.
You read information in the newspaper, I suppose, or online, or wherever you read that material. And although it said that he was a criminal, you didn't care. He was young and he didn't deserve to be killed.
Correct. I think just because somebody commits a crime doesn't mean
Excuse me?
I just believe that just because somebody committed a crime doesn't mean that that they're a bad person.
Some of those beliefs, if you learn in this case that if somebody commits a crime, law enforcement may have the right to pursue that person or stop that person from committing the crime. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree with that statement.
Okay. And on some occasions, as you experienced during your lifetime and read, people commit crimes and end up dead because of that. You understand that?
I understand that, yes.
And you don't agree with that, though?
I believe that everybody deserves a chance. Like I said, I don't think that committing a crime makes you a bad person. I think that, I guess I just believe that everybody deserves the opportunity to correct their actions.
Okay. In a situation of an emergency situation that a police officer faces, an exigent circumstance, and there's no time to think, do you understand what I'm talking about when I say that about police officers? I'm going to object to that here.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure. You do understand, based on your life experiences and your reading and everything, that police officers on occasion have very little time to think, and they're put in an emergency or an exigent circumstance.
Injunction sustained.
Okay. And what you also say, and don't mean to put you on the spot, what we're attempting to do here is to get a fair and impartial jury for our client and for the state, actually.
Yes, I understand.
And I hope you understand that, because
I do.
There are two important decisions to be made by a juror. One is guilt or not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But the other one is whether or not at this juncture you know enough about yourself to know whether you can be fair and impartial against the defendant and fair and impartial for the state, and not favor one side or the other when you get into this jury trial. You understand that?
I understand.
And are you able to be fair and impartial? Or do you
Yes.
have some beliefs that you express in this questionnaire that seem to indicate, for example, I don't think he should have been shot, no matter if he was guilty of a crime or not. Police should use non-lethal methods of force. And was that your opinion back then?
Yes, it still
And
is.
is that your opinion today?
It is.
And going back to the back of your questionnaire, actually, let's just go to the last page. You state, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Yes. I've never served as a juror before, and it would be an experience I'd love to have. But then you say, I think the case is very important and relevant to the issues our community and country are facing. Well, do you realize if you sit on this jury, the issues our country is facing about riots and protests are not an issue in this case. This case is a criminal case, the state of Minnesota against my client, Kim Potter. The other stuff you have to leave outside the courtroom. And are you willing to do that? You really think you can do that?
I do. As I stated previously, I think that I've had time to reflect on my willingness to serve on the jury, and at this point I feel like I would rather not, simply because I do understand the weight that this trial holds and the importance of it, and I just frankly don't want to be in the middle of it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I talk with counsel? So do we have to put on the earphones, Judge? Ms. 25, I have a few more questions. Knowing what you know about yourself, do you feel that you would have a bias in this case in favor of Daunte Wright and people that have been shot and killed by the police?
I think that I might be leaning that way, yes.
Thank you. Same, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for coming today, and thank you for your honesty in answering questions. I'm going to excuse you from this jury. Okay? All right, thank you. Deputy, could you hold up 1 second before the next juror comes in? Okay, for the record, I granted the for cause request of the defendant. It was based on her answer to the last question. She admitted that she would lean toward the defendant, or toward Mr. Wright's position, and other young men that have been injured by police officers. So that motion was granted. Are you ready for the next juror? Okay. Okay, Mr. 26, please take a seat. And would you please remove your mask? All right, thank you for answering the questions on the questionnaire. Just a couple follow-up questions. Okay, you indicated in one of your answers that the place where you worked did suffer damage during one of the demonstrations. Okay. Now, my question is this. Were you working at the time when it happened?
Not at the place that was damaged.
Okay. But it was close to where you work, is that right? All right. And how did that make you feel?
Angry.
Okay.
Upset.
Can you explain how you felt and why?
I was angry and upset because I felt that some of the actions were not necessarily related to why the protests were happening at the time. So particularly with a lot of the damage that occurred, I didn't necessarily equate the two with the protests that were happening and with the actions that were happening as well. So I felt that it wasn't connected and that the protests were being taken advantage of in that sense.
Okay, so I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but that certain people involved in some of the property damage really didn't have racial justice issues in mind. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you're chosen as a juror in this case, can you put aside any anger about the demonstrations that occurred and just listen to the evidence and decide whether or not the state has proven its case against Ms. Potter based on the evidence alone and not on any concerns that there'll be further demonstrations?
I will do my best.
I think I need a more positive response to that. If I instruct you that you are to just base your decision solely on the evidence in this case and the law that I give it to you, would you follow that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. You indicated that you have a professional presentation that you have to do for Sunday, December 5. Okay, you'll be able to do that. Okay, just so you don't have any concern about that. We will not be in session on December 5. And good luck, by the way.
Thank you.
In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror in this case, you responded no. Can you tell me why, and if you still feel that way?
I do still feel that way. I have a lot of friends and family that are very opinionated in the matter. I personally feel like I'm someone that could put my biases aside, but I do have a lot of those influences around me. And as much as it could matter, I have job interviews and I'm currently finishing up a degree, so I'll have finals coming up soon. This is from what I gathered at the time that I answered these questions, that the timing would not necessarily help my current career and my trajectory, and that it would actually hinder that, which is why I answered that question that way.
All right. When are your finals?
Over the next 2-3 weeks.
Okay. And will you be able to delay taking your finals?
I think there might be one that I might be able to delay because it's more of a project-based final, but the other two are in person. So I will need to be there for that.
Okay. When are the in-person interviews?
In 2 weeks. Oh, in the interviews.
Well, where you have to be there in person. When are those scheduled?
In 2 weeks.
Okay. And are you able to reschedule those, or the one interview?
I could do my best.
Okay. Is there anything right now that makes you think that they would not reschedule that?
Nothing that I know of right now.
Okay. You indicated that this is a very public trial and that you're a private person. And is that one of your concerns?
Yes, that certainly is.
If the parties chose you as a juror, would you be willing to serve?
Yes, I believe it's a civic duty as a citizen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon. Number 26. You have a number, not a name. Since you've completed this interview, written questionnaire a couple of months ago, is there anything that has changed in this, or is this about the same as it was back then?
That is about the same as it was back then.
And is there anything else we should know about that wasn't covered in the questionnaire in our selection of you as a juror or non-juror?
No, not to my knowledge.
And basically, you say in here that you will follow the law as the judge gives it.
That is correct.
And listen to the evidence and look at the exhibits and come to a conclusion at the end of the case, correct?
That is correct.
And I take it you're the type of person to wait till you hear all of the evidence, including our evidence, before you come to any conclusion, since you are what the job you do have.
That is correct.
Okay. And can you think of any reason why you would not be fair and impartial in this case?
Not at this time.
I realize you have some people that might know about this that are your relatives. Can you handle that if some of them are very opinionated one way or the other?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Pastor Cobbs?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Good afternoon, number 26. Sorry, that's rather impersonal, but just the way we're doing it in this case, so sorry about that. I can come third after you've already been asked a lot of questions, so I probably won't have many to ask you about either. And I'm just going to try to follow up on a couple of things. Sounds like any contact that you have with law enforcement is more in passing at work, essentially.
Correct.
You don't go on ride-alongs or anything of that nature. You're
No.
just see him in the building. And you, when you were asked about your impression of Ms. Potter, you indicated that she realized she fired her firearm instead of her taser immediately and turned herself in. Where did you get that information from? Do you recall?
So everything I know about this case has been what was covered in the media.
And was that some time ago or recently?
This was, I believe, right after this had happened, and details about what had happened were starting to come out in the media.
So quite a long time ago, actually, right?
Yes.
And just seeing it on the media, you didn't go out and track it down and read everything you could on it?
Not on this particular case, no.
And so that impression that you have at the time is not something you're so committed to now you couldn't set it aside.
Correct.
And you realize that's not evidence, right?
Correct.
And as a juror, the decision you make, as the judge said, is to decide it based only on the evidence in court.
Correct.
You think, you've probably said this probably 3 times now, but you feel you can do that for sure.
Yes, I believe so.
You were asked in the questions about the organizations Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And were you familiar with both of those organizations?
Yes.
And you wrote the same answer for your opinions of both, or impressions of both. Do you recall doing that?
I vaguely remember doing that, yes.
I mean, you essentially wrote Black Lives Matter as a way for members to voice their opinions, and then essentially the same thing about Blue Lives Matter. Can you just explain for us a little bit why you answered it that way?
So I answered it in that way because I believe that everybody is entitled to their opinions and what they believe in. And that really isn't different no matter what you call the movement.
So you see those organizations as a way for those members that want to be a part of them can have a voice to the community.
Correct, just like any other organization.
And you have a brother in the Marine Corps?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see him very much, or is he...
Intermittently.
Yeah. He's actively deployed. I don't know what the proper terminology would be, but...
He is not currently, but he was before.
Are you close with him?
Yes.
Talk to him a lot about being a Marine?
Less about our jobs and more about our personal lives.
Okay. So it's not a big aspect of your relationship with your brother. It's not a strong connection you have. It's just his job and your job.
Correct.
I think you candidly admitted to us, we always appreciate candidates. questionnaires that you're a private person. We certainly respect that. And one of the things a juror has to do, well, it's kind of an odd job, because in one sense you make a personal decision, right? You consider the evidence and evaluate that evidence for yourself. But then you also have to go in a room and discuss that, deliberate. That's why we call it deliberations with others. Think you'd have any trouble being a part of a process like that with others?
No, I would not.
If you had opinions about evidence, you're willing to share those with others and consider what they say as well.
Yes, I can certainly do that.
An important part of jury service, isn't it? And the friends and family that have strong opinions around you, you indicated you would have no trouble. You could handle that. Of course, if you're a juror, you can't talk about the case at all while it's going on. And no trouble following that.
Correct.
And do you have any concern about whatever decision you make in the case, the jury makes in the case, how that might affect you and those relationships later? Do you have any concerns about that?
Some concern. Yeah. I can't absolutely say that there's no concern.
Yeah. Would you still be able to fairly decide the case?
I believe so.
Decide the case and then deal with those issues later.
Everybody has their opinions.
Okay. Can you excuse me just for a moment, please?
Yep.
Yeah, excuse me, please. Thank you, Juror 26. I have no further questions, Your Honor. We would pass the juror.
Pass the case?
Yes.
Okay. You will be a juror in this case, okay? And we expect to start on December 8th. We may start earlier, but right now it's December 8th. You will be getting a call from the jury office telling you when to report and what time and where, all right? In the meantime, have a good day and a good evening, all right? And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, juror number 28. Good afternoon. Please be seated, and could you remove your mask, please? Thank you. All right, I don't have very many questions for you, okay? You did say that you would find it moderately difficult to look at graphic photographs, including photos and videos of a person who's died. If you're chosen as a juror, would you do it even though you would find it difficult?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to serve as a juror on this case?
I would fill out my duty.
Okay. You indicated on your questionnaire that you weren't sure, but you would serve if the parties chose you.
Yes.
Okay. And I realize it's a commitment and that it takes you away from your family and your personal life. So thank you for your willingness to serve.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter, Earl Gray, Amanda Montgomery. I have a right or an opportunity to ask you some questions. That's how the process works. Okay. You filled out the questionnaire, and we appreciate that, and I've read it. And I had a couple questions about it for you. And the first question appears on page 3. It asks you what you remember about this, and you said, I quote, so I can refresh your memory here, Dante Wright was fatally shot by Kim Potter during a traffic stop. Question as confusion if a taser was grabbed versus a gun. That's not, I think I've got it right, but I'm close.
Yes, that sounds right.
And how did you come to that conclusion upon what you saw?
Just media coverage.
And what kind of media coverage did you see?
Oh, a long time ago, I don't recall, but it was just whatever was on maybe Fox News or whatever might have been playing out. I recalled a specific source of the media.
Okay. And you have neutral opinions of both Officer Potter and Dante Wright at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
So, and you're not making any judgments one way or another?
No.
You realize, of course, that Officer Potter is presumed innocent.
Correct.
And she will be testifying at the trial, and if you are chosen, we would want you to wait to hear from her before you make any decisions. You're, I think, willing to do that, but you got to tell me one way or another.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're willing to wait it out and hear everything?
Yes.
We've got her testimony and some other testimony coming.
Yes.
Fair enough? Okay. And you've also talked about Dante Wright's death with your family and friends, according to this?
Yes.
It's, you indicate that it was most unfortunate.
Yes.
Which it is, of course.
I'm sorry.
And you still, of course, feel that way, but any early death is most unfortunate.
Yes.
Okay. And no one's disputing that.
I'm sorry.
No one is disputing that.
Yes.
Okay. And you also feel that the community was negatively impacted by the demonstrations and the riots because of the personal property damage. Is that right?
Correct.
And you still feel that way?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also suffered, you were a victim of a crime. A car was broken into. Is it your car?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and you were somewhat satisfied with the police? Did they solve the crime?
Yes.
Okay. They found the person?
Yes.
Okay. Were you pleased or at least satisfied with how that case was resolved?
Please.
Was that person charged, if you remember?
I believe so.
Then you were asked a series of questions in 7, and you strongly agreed with the idea the police in my community make me feel safe, correct?
Yes.
And you would oppose defunding the police?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have some neutral, no opinions about a lot of the questions, too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the one thing you're concerned about, or not one thing, but you're uncomfortable with photographs and seeing photographs from the case. Did I hear you right?
I would say moderate, right?
Moderately concerned?
Yeah, not impairing.
Okay. So I think I may have missed that exchange with Judge Chu. So there are always photographs in a case like this. We'll try to minimize them for you, but the fact that there are some photographs, you can survive that.
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me what your master's degree is in?
Business.
Okay. Where was it from?
Madison.
Okay. Are you from Wisconsin?
No.
Okay. And can you tell me what a procurement officer does? I have a hunch I know, but I want you to explain it for me.
I'm responsible for kind of the strategic contractual arrangements between our company and our suppliers, and also procuring that material for manufacturing.
So you're a busy guy right now, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're experiencing the same supply problems that most people are.
Yes, sir.
Your questionnaire is quite short, so I'm almost at the end here. The last question is that, do you want to serve as a juror? I mean, it's a weighty responsibility, you would agree. And you said you weren't sure, but you're willing to do it.
I'm willing to do it.
And you're qualified to do it, and you'll be fair.
Yes.
And you'll call it as you see it, and let the chips fall where they may.
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. Thanks for answering my questions. We pass this juror.
Counsel? Mr. Trump?
Good afternoon, Juror 28. I apologize for just using a number, but that's how we're running the system here. So Mr. Eng helped me out there by asking what a chief procurement officer does. I thought I had that similar sense of what it was, but and I didn't even think about at the time all these supply chain issues we keep hearing about, if that's even the right term. So it does make me wonder just how busy are you? And let me back up, because I think what the judge said earlier is, we're not here to pry into your personal life, and I apologize for that, but these are just kind of things that we have to know. We know this is going to be a lengthy trial, as trials go. Could go right up to Christmas Eve, or as the judge mentioned, maybe even after. And, so we have to ask you, because you're the only one that can tell us, how busy are you? How is this going to affect your life, your work life?
I would say, I hate to sound selfish, but I would say extraordinarily busy right now. Challenging times, obviously, for all of us as we're heading into the seasons, but it's life, right? So we have to balance those things.
Yeah, and that's what I meant, like only you can tell us. It's not being selfish, right? It's being appropriate with us, and because we have to ask. The two concerns are, that you're going to miss work at a time that you just can't afford it financially or just work-wise, right? And when you sit, here as a juror, you got to be able to pay attention rather than being worried about work or having to go in at night. Would you have to do anything like that where you'd go in at night and catch up?
If I'm allowed to, I'll certainly need to work at night to catch up.
Yeah, we won't, well, I shouldn't speak for the judge, but typically, when we're done with court at the end of the day, you're free to go. But I mean, that does raise the question, if you're going to be going to work at night to catch up, how much sleep are you going to get and be sharp in the morning? You know what I mean?
Not to the point of deprivation, for sure. I'm certainly not going to put my personal health at risk, though. Is
it going to cause you personal stress at all to be having to swing double duty during that time?
Certainly, to some degree, yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to tell me the name of your business, but it sounds like manufacturing?
Yes.
And so is the time of year, the end of the year holidays, make your company busier?
I would say steady state at this time of year.
So it's really just the supply chain issues?
Yes, sir.
The cargo ships sitting out in the bay, right? So, I guess I'm trying not to repeat myself, but I just want to know, for you, do you think you can give us that kind of commitment to be here day in and day out for 2-3 weeks and be able to pay attention? You're the only one.
Ask the answer.
You can go ahead and ask the question.
So, given everything we've discussed, do you think you can make that kind of commitment, or is this just not the right case for you?
I can make that commitment. I'll strive that balance.
You indicate in your questionnaire, in the answer you gave, there was a sensitive time for all in Minneapolis. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry?
What did you mean by that?
That is a sensitive time?
Yeah.
These are just trying times for all of us, I think, both with COVID and just the challenges that we've had in the Twin Cities over the last year.
And you're referring to the challenges from the demonstrations and the protests, that kind of stuff, do you mean?
In a broader context as well. I just think that COVID has also been challenging for everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think anybody will dispute that, right? COVID has been tough, right? Continues to be tough. We're talking through, 2 layers of plexiglass. And, there's a question a few more down that deals with, how the demonstrations have affected the community. And you pointed out the damage to personal property and the harm to people. Is that the most striking thing that you recall or that you think is the impact from those?
Those are the things that stood out, I think, for me personally, yes.
Think there's anything positive that came out of those?
I think there's something positive that comes out of every situation.
What can you think of anything with regard to the demonstrations that it would be positive to come out of?
I think folks having an opportunity to have a voice and that voice being heard is always a positive thing.
And of course there were similar things involved after this death occurred. Do you recall hearing about that?
A little bit, to be honest. I started to tune out a little bit of some of the noise in the media. A little bit bipolar, so sometimes it was hard to form a clear opinion about what was going on.
Okay. And again, not trying to pry, but it just the way you said that it makes me want to ask you, why tune out? Right?
I just try to be open-minded about trying to understand where the truth of a situation is. And sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes our media has a tendency to be very bipolar in its opinions about things.
And you've sort of been asked about this already too, I think, and you understand that what you hear in the media is not evidence of a crime.
Correct.
Well, that's not the right way to say that. It's not evidence here in the courtroom, right? And as a juror, you can only go on what you hear here in the courtroom.
Correct.
And so, kind of knowing about the demonstrations and the negative things about it, do you think you can set that aside?
Yes.
In those questions, Mr. Ng kind of quickly led you through. You said people in my community, I'm sorry, let me start over. Police in my community make me feel safe. And you said you strongly agree with that. Why did you choose strongly agree?
Because that's the way I feel. I feel like they're there and they provide a purpose and they provide safety.
Okay. And the next statement is I support defunding the police. And you said I strongly disagree.
Correct.
So it's sort of, two sides of the same thing, right? That you want the police there, you feel strongly about having them to make you feel safe.
Correct.
And then you also strongly disagree with the statement, I do not trust the police.
Correct.
So you have a lot of trust in them and you want them there for you, correct?
Correct.
And it's partly to sort of deal with some of the negative stuff that came out of the demonstrations, the property damage and the harm to people, right?
Partly.
Yeah. And with many of those other questions, you chose no opinion. Do you remember why? The questions about how police deal with people, you said you had no opinion about that. Do you remember why?
I didn't have a strong opinion one way or another on those questions.
Okay. I mean, do you think that, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be and you put no opinion?
Kind of to my prior point about being a little careful about what I believe in the media.
Okay. So I was aimed more at the media as a reliable source of information, maybe.
I think it's a source of information, is not the only source of information.
You indicate there's a statement about police treating black and white people similarly, and you said no opinion on that. You remember why you took no opinion, or selected the no opinion option there?
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that they treat them differently than they would anybody else.
One of the good things, of course, about the demonstrations was giving voice to that, and kind of part of what Black Lives Matter is trying to give voice to, right? Do you think that at all is I don't know how to say this, that it's just something you haven't seen personally, so you can't offer an opinion on it, or?
I've seen it personally. I'm not sure that it changes an opinion one way or another. I still feel neutral about the police protecting people equally.
Okay. And that means all people?
I'm sorry?
That means protecting all people equally?
Correct.
And, some people say, the Black Lives Matter movement is about equality, right? That Black Lives Matter too. And do you understand that that's sort of what part of their message is?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's a valid point?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so when it came to evaluating evidence in a courtroom, black, white, doesn't matter.
Correct.
When you, I know you have, you were asked a question, one of the statements in that is about people today do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you chose no opinion for that too. Do you recall why?
Yes.
Why is that?
I know that I had a strong opinion one way or another on that statement.
Okay. Do you think you give them the respect they deserve?
I would hope so.
What does that mean to you when you say that you give them the respect they deserve? What does that mean?
That I respect the position that they hold. I try to support them in a position that they hold. I respect their opinion. I try to honor their request if they're asked something of me.
Are they capable of doing things wrong?
Sure, they're humans.
And as a juror, would you be able to judge the actions of a police officer in a courtroom just like anybody else's?
Yes.
Kind of, tying back to that notion of strongly disagreeing with the statement, I do not trust the police. So we've got that double negative there, but essentially you trust the police, right?
Correct.
And yet do you think you can, despite having that trust in them, evaluate a police officer's actions in a courtroom just like anybody else?
Yes.
An argument to ask and answer at this point.
Well, I'll let you answer. Go ahead. I think you answered already.
Yeah, I did, sorry.
Okay. All right, you can move on, Mr. Frank.
You indicate you have, sounds like you're a hunter.
Yes.
And so you have hunting rifles, shotguns, I assume.
Correct.
And have you ever taken, safety classes for that purpose?
It's required by law in some states to hunt.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have asked you that way. If it was like, no, I never did that. But you've done that?
Yes.
How long have you been a hunter?
Over 40 years, probably.
So lifetime thing?
Yes.
Do it with your family before?
Yes.
And pretty important to you?
Yes.
Can you, excuse me just for a second, I want to, Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Juror 28. Your Honor, we would exercise a peremptory.
All right. Thank you so much, but you're excused from this jury panel. So you're done with jury service, but I really appreciate you showing up.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Counsel, we're going to take our afternoon break, okay? Yes. I think I only suggested that you look at it. She must have had her baby by now. She had indicated number 30 was vomiting and very pregnant at the time she responded to her questionnaire, but she's probably not in that state right now.
Okay. Let's see, we are on number 30. Could I get my computer going first? Oh, yes. You ready, Counsel? Okay, we're ready, Deputy. Thank you. Hello, Ms. 30. Please have a seat. And you may remove your mask. Okay, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for being so patient. You're one of our last jurors today. I just have a couple of questions, okay? You said on the questionnaire that you had a somewhat negative general impression of the defendant, and I am wondering whether or not you can promise to base, if you're chosen as a juror, if you can promise to render your verdict, whether guilty or not guilty, based solely on the evidence that you hear in this case and not on any general impressions that you may have of defendant or Mr. Wright. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you can do that. You can also not base your verdict on anything that you heard before the case started. Okay. You stated that you live in on the south side of Minneapolis.
Yes.
A lot of places in the community have been affected by police-related killings. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Well, mainly what I was talking about is the George Floyd situation that happened, and that's really affected the Southside community.
Okay, and I think I know the answer, but in what way, in your view?
Well, yeah, a lot of people have negative, viewings of the police, but I think it's a worldwide issue that has pretty much, come up recently with a lot of people of color, being killed by police and brutality and whatnot.
Okay. What is your general impression of police?
I know that police, not every officer is bad or racist or, out to go kill somebody of color, But I definitely do think that there could be a relation to that.
Okay. So you recognize that there are some cops that do bad things and other cops that don't. And
yeah.
Each person in law enforcement should be judged on an individual basis. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You stated that you or your family have been victims of crimes, and I'm wondering what their police interactions were with respect to those crimes. First of all, did they report the crimes to the police?
Over the years, there's been so many different interactions, but the ones off the top of my head, yeah, they have been reported to police.
And what was the reaction that they had to how the police handled the situation? Satisfied, not satisfied?
There's certain situations that they were satisfied, others that they weren't. Things that, like, you know, is out of the officer's hands sometimes. It's just the law and what they can do, what they can enforce.
Okay. Have any of those interactions with police in those circumstances make you biased against police officers in general?
No. Like I said, I know that certain officers can be like that and others aren't.
Okay. Have you personally had any negative interactions with police?
No.
Okay. You stated that your uncle has been tased. Can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances there?
He's always, all his life, he's been on and off hard drugs, and he's had different interactions, different problems when it comes to like his mental health. And on one specific occasion, he was like threatening to commit suicide, and I'm pretty sure like he got tased like off of a bridge or something like that.
Okay.
For his own safety.
All right.
So he didn't hurt himself.
All right. Were you critical at all of how the police handled that situation?
No, I didn't. I mean, I wasn't involved personally, so I didn't feel no way about it. I know how he can be, and I understand like the circumstances.
Is there anything about that situation that makes you think you shouldn't be a juror in this case?
No.
You checked the box that some family members have been accused of crimes. Do you feel that in those situations justice was done?
For the most part.
Okay. Are there any situations where you did not believe that justice was done? And if so, can you explain?
There's just been certain situations where like I said, it wasn't handled the way that we would have liked it to be handled, but at the same time, it wasn't always like an officer's fault. It could have been the law, and like that's just what they could do and couldn't do.
Could you elaborate on that situation?
Yeah, so there's been like one time I had a family member who had like gotten into a physical altercation with somebody, and they were kind of trying to explain their side of the story, but other people were kind of jumping in trying to explain theirs, and the officers just weren't really trying to hear it because of like the interruptions. They only wanted the one person to talk, and they pretty much just left the situation because of they kept warning the people around to like you know, not interrupt and like to mind their own business, and they didn't, so they pretty much left, which,
okay.
I mean, I feel they shouldn't have just left, but I guess I understand.
All right. When you filled, I'm sorry, I'm going to be asking these personal questions. Okay. When you filled out your questionnaire, you were pregnant and you were having severe vomiting and nausea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask you this, but are you still pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And are you still having severe vomiting and nausea?
Yeah, and throughout my whole pregnancy, I've like at times had to like go to the ER and check into the hospital because it just gets so bad that there's nothing medicine or really anything can do.
Okay. How often does this happen where you feel nauseous and you feel like vomiting?
Well, that happens every day, multiple times throughout the day, but where it's gotten to the point that like I've had to go into the ER, it's been about maybe 6 times.
Okay, when's the last time you had to go to the ER?
I believe it was at the end of October.
Okay. Do you think that, given your present problems with your pregnancy, that you'd be able to sit as a juror in this case?
Well, I think for the most part I can. I felt the need to put that in there because it's for my life it's been unpredictable. So it's not like I can, specifically say like, there could be a day that like I'm not available, or I have, I'm in the hospital. So.
Okay. How often do you feel nauseous during a week or a month?
Well, like I said, every day, multiple times a day. I just do the best I can to manage it. Like, there's only so much I can do. But, and then I would say that in an instance where I can't keep anything down and I have to be on IV fluids, that's happens like, I'm about to be 7 months. So if it's happened about 6 times, it's been maybe, once a month.
Okay. And it's unpredictable, you said.
Yeah.
And you feel that way.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what the schedule is. I think I told you it was 9 to about 4:30 with 20-minute breaks in the morning and 20-minute break in the afternoon and a lunch break of about an hour. Is that schedule going to present a problem for you?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay. But you're still thinking that it's unpredictable when you feel well enough to come in?
Well, I would say for the most part, I can always kind of make myself feel okay enough to be able to show up and whatnot. But like I said, I just put that in there just in case, like, I had one of these days where I had to, like, go be on IV fluids and, that's something that would be out of my control.
Okay. And you said the last time that you were on IV was when?
I believe it was the end of October.
Okay. So you have some concerns about being on a jury?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Counsel, could we do a sidebar? Just a couple follow-up questions, all right? Do you think you'll be physically able to sit as a juror in this case? Yeah. Okay. And you're willing to serve?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ng or Mr. Gray, do you have questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Ng. On behalf of Officer Potter, I have a right to ask you questions, and I'm with Mr. Gray and Amanda Montgomery. I don't want to pry into your physical condition, but I do want to ask you some follow-up questions. And I don't mean to offend you about a private matter, but we are interested in seeing how you are. Okay? It's fair to say, as I listen to you, that you feel somewhat nauseous almost every day.
Every day.
Could you come to the microphone? So I'm a little hard of hearing too.
Every day.
Okay. And that feeling of nausea sometimes results in vomiting.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that can happen every day.
Yes.
And you assume that if you were picked as a jury, that the feeling of nausea would not necessarily just go away.
Right.
And you would be in the courthouse listening to the jury and listening to the case and then interrupting the trial to vomit on occasion. Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, like I said, it's out of my control, so if it's something that happens, yeah.
And your view is that it would likely happen?
I don't know. I don't just, like, necessarily, I feel nauseous all the time, but I don't always throw up, so.
And you're having a baby in February, is that right?
Yeah.
And you've been in the ER about 6 times?
Yeah.
And that is for dehydration?
It's pretty much just because I can't stop throwing up, so.
So they put something in your arm and with a drug to stop that?
Yep.
Okay. And has the medical staff indicated that they can stop it in the future?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, is it going to happen in the future, if you know?
Yeah, it could happen in the future.
So they haven't been able to control it in a sense of stopping it. They can control it at the time it happens. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, exactly. I've basically been prescribed medicine that helps me control it throughout the day.
So there's a possibility that during this trial, if you were to be selected, that at any given day you could be hospitalized.
Yep.
Okay. And that would take a day or two, or however long it would be.
About a day. It takes a few hours.
And then I assume you're wiped out after that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it takes another day to recover.
I mean, no, not necessarily, but...
And obviously this medical condition of yours is something you didn't want to have happen, but it's ongoing. Is that right?
Yes.
May I discuss the matter with the court again?
Yes. You're going to be excused from this jury. I really hope you start feeling better through your pregnancy. Okay, so, and congratulations. I hope everything goes well, and I'm sure you're very excited about having your new baby. Okay, thank you so much. Deputy, could you hold up on bringing another juror in? Okay, I granted the defense motion to strike for cause over the state's objection. I believe that this panel member, she did say that she's been hospitalized and that if that were to happen, she would be not able to come in that day. We can't be stopping the trial for a day while she is in the hospital needing medical attention. This is a very, I think, unusual pregnancy because of the hospitalizations and the need for getting IVs. So for that reason, I granted the defense motion to strike. Okay, thank you. Hello. Thank you for waiting and thank you for your patience. You may remove your mask, okay? All right. I don't have very many questions for you. Thank you for coming today. Excuse me, I'm having some problems with I have your questionnaire on my computer, so. Okay, it looks like you haven't really heard very much about this case, and that you're neutral with respect to your impressions on the parties, and that you don't really have any facts, and you're going to be open-minded and listen to all the evidence then? Okay?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Now, you indicated that you were a victim of a crime and the police were called because of a home break-in robbery. Was it one incident or two?
Boy, this was a long time ago. Maybe it was two. One or what?
Excuse me, could the juror speak up a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
The microphone's right there. Maybe you can.
I don't exactly remember. It was quite a while ago. It might have been one for sure, but we've had other times where we've had to call the police.
Okay, were you satisfied with the police response?
Yes.
Okay. Any complaints about how you were treated?
No.
All right. You stated that you were a security person at a church. What was your job?
We were called watchmen, and we went around the church during the services, making sure that everything was okay and that there weren't problems with any of the people at church, and that no people went after the pastors or the staff there.
Okay.
So we were kind of like volunteer security detail, I guess.
Okay. And did you encounter situations where you had to take control of the situation?
I did not.
Okay. In response to your views on Black Lives Matter, you indicated you were very unfavorable. Can you explain why you formed that opinion and what is the basis for that?
Well, I think they just go too far overboard. I think that everybody is equal in all ways, and so I think they go too far one way.
Can you explain what you mean by what they're doing that you think is going too far?
I think they just get too excited about being against. I don't know. They're just. I'm not sure I can explain it.
Take your time.
They just seem like they're more interested in getting on the news than really doing anything to help Black people.
Okay. So it's more the publicity that they're seeking rather than really...
I think it is.
Okay. In response to the question, have you, a family member, or someone close to you ever been employed by or had any dealings with the Hennepin County District Court, you checked yes. And that was only with respect to your guardianship? Or were there other instances?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, that's the only time you've had any dealings with the Hennepin County District Court?
I'm sorry, what?
That was the only time that you've had any dealings with Hennepin County District Court, is getting appointed a guardianship?
Well, my daughter had been arrested for, I think, DUI.
Okay. And do you think that she was treated fairly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you thought justice was done in her case, or do you have complaints about it?
No, I think justice was done. I don't have any complaints.
Okay. In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror, you checked yes and not sure. I know that you don't really want to have to come to Minneapolis, so, and that's understandable. But your question on the questionnaire anyway, will jurors be required to be fully vaccinated? I'll answer that question for you. We don't have that requirement. You indicated, I think, that should be required. We don't require proof of vaccination. But what we do require is that masks be worn at all times while in the courthouse and during the trial. You will be required to wear a mask. And the only time that you're allowed to take your mask off is if you're in the witness box, or if you're taking a sip of water and you're sitting as a juror. Would you feel comfortable being a juror in this case under those circumstances?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you think we should know about you and your ability to sit as a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. And do you think you can be fair to both sides here?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Gray?
Good afternoon, Mrs. 32. That's your name here. You're number 32 juror. I have read your questionnaire, and would you change anything in this today?
No.
Okay. And has anything happened since you answered this questionnaire that perhaps the lawyers representing the state and representing Kim Potter should know about?
No.
You mentioned in your questionnaire, pull it out here. You say you're good as a jury deliberation as long as I have all of my medications, that I'm good. And you're asked about the medications, and you say no, just what I listed previously. I have looked through this document twice. I missed them. Maybe I missed them, but
Well, I think I was thinking about like if we were sequestered or something, then I have some eye drops that I need to take. That's all.
all right, that's it wasn't listed. I didn't find it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'd like to, the last question here, you want to serve as a juror, you say yes and not sure, and you mention having to go to Minneapolis is not something you look forward to, but you also realize you have a civic duty to be a juror. Is this the first time you're a juror?
Yes.
And can you handle it, even knowing, as the judge has told you, that not everybody, maybe everybody will be fully vaccinated, but it's not required. The mask is required.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay. And you can be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Both sides?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. We'll pass the jury, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Juror 32. Thank you for bearing with us, being patient all afternoon. Appreciate it. When you indicate, as Mr. Gray asked you about, not wanting to come to Minneapolis, why is that?
Because of all the violence that's been going on around the downtown areas.
Yeah. And, I know you had indicated that the community was negatively affected because of the demonstrations and things that were going on for just that same fear, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about groups, a group like Black Lives Matter taking things too far. Do you think that they're involved in that kind of violence that makes people unsafe?
Maybe. I don't know for sure.
Do you have concerns about that?
Well, after coming downtown today, I don't know, maybe I was mistaken, but I just hear things.
Yeah, and what do you mean you hear things? What kind
Well, you hear things on TV about, all the shootings and stuff like that.
And the reason I ask about Black Lives Matter in that context is because when you talk about taking things too far, do you think that's the kind of things that they have taken too far?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
You said they take things too far. And
with their protesting and violence like that.
So that's kind of part of what maybe makes it not so safe in Minneapolis anymore,
I know.
right?
Yeah.
I know it's been a number of months since you filled this out, so I don't expect you to have perfect recall of everything, but there was the question that had different statements, and then you had to say whether you agree or disagree. Do you recall that?
Sort of.
You said that, okay, the statement is, police in my community make me feel safe, and you said you strongly agree with that.
I do.
Okay. Why did you strongly agree with that, or do you?
Because, well, just recently I had a hip dislocation in my house, and they came out like almost, 10 minutes there at my house. So, I don't know, I think they do a good job.
Okay. And they do a good job of helping with, I guess, protecting you from the kind of violence that concerns you about Minneapolis.
I hope so.
One of the phrases was, I do not trust the police, and you strongly disagreed with that. So you do trust them.
Yes.
You trust them to help you with medical calls?
Yes, or
violence.
whatever.
And then one of the statements is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make. And you agreed with that, do you recall?
Yes.
So when you agreed with that, what did you think it meant about second guessing their decisions?
Can you repeat the statement?
Yep, it's a long one and it's kind of hard to follow. So I'm glad to. Because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said that you agree with that.
Well, for the most part, I guess it depends on the circumstance,
So, and I think my question had been, like, in that phrase, when you answered it, what did you take second guess to mean?
If they second guessing. Well, I guess I wouldn't want to say that the officer is unable to make a mistake, but I think that a person can be, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I thought that I knew what I meant, but maybe I didn't. I just know that if you second guess everything that a police officer does, nothing would get done, and they wouldn't be able to keep law and order, I guess.
And so it sounds like you're saying that, and I'm sorry to just keep probing you. I mean, these are questions we have to ask, right? Because we have to have a fair and impartial jury. Not every person is right for every case, right? And that's part of why we pick juries this way.
True.
What a person may be good for one case may not be for every case. So that's why I have to ask. And it sounds like, you have a lot of faith and trust in police officers because they do keep you safe, and you want it to stay that way and not sort of face this violence that sort of infecting Minneapolis.
Exactly.
Yeah. And, I know you want to do your civic duty and you want to be fair. I completely understand that. But like I said, not every case. So this case obviously involves the conduct of a police officer, right? Do you think that you would, this mindset about trusting police officers and wanting to trust them and being important to not second guess them, is a sort of a bias you would take with you as a juror in this case?
Take a bias?
Yeah, and maybe bias is too strong of a word, but it's a mindset that you have that it's important that police officers can do their jobs. You trust them. You want them to put an end to this violence. You want them to be there for you, and you're afraid that if you have to second guess what officers do, it'll keep them from doing their job.
Yes.
That's kind of the mindset you have, right?
Right.
So this case involving a police officer may not be the right case for somebody that has that mindset. Do you see what I mean?
No.
Okay. Tell me why not? If you're saying no.
I don't think I'm biased. I think I would need all the facts before I can make a decision or an opinion. That's all I know.
Okay. And maybe bias was too strong of a word even. I mean, mindset maybe? Is that something that you think you really can set aside in a case involving a police officer?
Judge, I objected to this improper voir dire. He's questioned her now on this for 5 times.
All right, I want to ask you the question. Do you remember it?
Pardon?
Do you remember the question that was asked? Do you want to re-ask that same question?
I know these are not easy questions to answer, and we have time, so don't worry if you want to take some time to think about it. But we've been talking about this mindset that you expressed in your answers to these questions. These are important things to you. I'm not making judgments about you at all, right? It comes down to this question of right juror, right person for the right case, right? So the way that you've answered shows that you have some strong feelings about police officers and the work they do and needing them to continue doing it by not having people second guess what they do, right? And yet as a juror, you would have to decide the facts about an officer accused of crimes because of their conduct. Do you think that you're the right juror for this case then?
I do.
Why?
Because once I get the facts, I can go through them and make a fair decision. That's all. Because I'm not one that would just willy-nilly say, okay, you're guilty or you're innocent or whatever.
And, we question you at length about this now because, of course, you have to be assured of that now, right? You can't realize later, I can't set that aside. So, you've not been on jury duty before and you've never sat on a jury, but is it that you can tell us for sure now you would not let that mindset affect your deliberations if you were a juror?
That's correct.
Objection is sustained. It's been asked and answered a number of times. Please.
May I be heard about that, please? Okay. I will move on then. I noticed that you indicated that apparently you have some experience in the Army. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
That was in 1983, I believe.
Okay. Quite some time ago?
Yes, quite some time ago.
How long were you in?
Less than 2 years.
And was that an important part of your life then? I mean,
It was different. I didn't enjoy it all that much.
okay. And that's presumably why you got out, right?
That's correct.
And you indicated, you talked about being a watchman or security at your church. You're still doing that?
No,
Okay. When did you stop doing that?
because it was taking up too much of my time. I mean, we had to do 2 services on Sunday, and then we had to do a lot of training in between times, and it just got to be too much.
Okay. Why did the church need to have that kind of security?
I think most churches do nowadays, just because of the atmosphere of the times, I guess. But we've had them at our church for several years now.
And you do have, make sure I get this right, you do own a firearm.
I do.
And do you have a permit for it, or do you just have it at home?
I did have a permit and it expired, and I haven't renewed it.
And so you went through the training to get your permit, correct?
Well, that was part of it. We didn't have to get a we didn't have to carry, but I decided I'd like to. So.
Okay. I see what you're saying. You didn't have to carry while being a watchman at the church.
Well, you couldn't unless you had a permit.
Right.
But it wasn't required to have a firearm when you were on duty.
So that training you did, the firearm training, was approximately how long ago?
Oh, that's about 3-4 years ago.
And that's again another thing that, an outside the courtroom experience that you've had that you'd have to set aside to be a juror in this case. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay. So, if you received training, firearm training, there may not be evidence about that in this case. So you'd have to rely on what you hear in the courtroom and not the training that you had. Does that make sense?
No. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying.
All right. When you got a permit, you went through the training class, the firearm training.
Yes.
Okay. And so you got some training there.
Yes.
Obviously, this case involves a police officer who gets training, right?
Correct, yeah.
And so, as a juror, you would be required to rely on what you hear in the courtroom about firearm training, not the training that you had.
Yes, that's true.
Can you do that?
Of course.
Okay. Mr. Gray asked you about the medications. It sounds like it's just eye drops or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So nothing that would affect your ability to concentrate in court.
Oh, no.
Sometimes I can't can't even read my own handwriting. But so I've asked you a lot of questions. I hope I haven't pried too much into your personal life. Is there anything about your answers that you'd want to add to or change since I asked them before?
No.
Can you excuse me just for a moment, please? Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Juror 32. Your Honor, we would exercise a peremptory.
Thank you very much for coming in. But you're excused from this jury, but I appreciate you taking all the time that you did. Have a good evening. All right, counsel, I will see you all at 8:30 so we can discuss what we discussed in chambers, okay?
Finding the right CBD product for you can be tough. Just CBD has you covered. We offer the highest quality, most consistent CBD gummies on the market, with soothing 100% organic CBD in every mouth-watering gummy. All of our products are lab certified and made in the United States using organically grown hemp. Each of our gummies gives you between 8 and 25 milligrams of soothing CBD. Enjoy all the benefits of CBD in our amazing line of gummies with Just CBD.
You're moving? Concentration! Set!